It is Wednesday, January 27th, 2021, 4 p.m. This Board of Commissioners workshop meeting is called to order. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Hendricks.
Here.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Here.
Commissioner Price. Here. Commissioner Hodges. Here. Commissioner Douthard.
Here.
First is public comment. Is there any public comment that is not on the agenda? If so, step forward, state your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Was that Steve Kochek?
Steve Kochek, 15301, representing 2nd Street East. I have a request if there could be a change into the topics for discussion. If topic 0 could be moved up further, closer up. That wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience.
The transient docks.
Staff especially. I know that they're the ones that...
Docks? Transient docks?
Transient docks.
Okay. I mean, I have no problem with that.
We're gonna be here, yeah. Good.
Yeah, we can do that.
Wherever is convenient for you would be fine if it's at all possible.
We will get that out of the way first.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Is there any electronic comments that need to be read into the record?
Not that aren't specific to other items.
Okay. All right. Next, we will do item O, transient docks. Director Ahern's.
All right, up here a little sooner than expected, but that's all right. So it's pretty just kind of asking for direction and input on the commission's input. These are projects that have been designed. The city hall locations there's a full plan set available. The construction cost during the time of 2016 was estimated to be about $1.6 million. The location selected down at Johns Pass Boardwalk still has a little bit of design left to go, so that would take a little more design, and then that construction cost has not been evaluated as of the time when they were working on it. So I was just looking for a little guidance if that's a project we want to try and put back into the schedule for the CIP projects in the future, or are we no longer interested in adding transient docks?
If I may.
Please.
This is real large scale, in my opinion. I'm not sure we need all of this, or maybe we can do it in phases or something. But if we keep having the events we do out here in Rock Park and on the ball fields, I'm all for it. I am not in favor of putting another dock out there.
Another fishing pier?
Yeah.
Yes, correct, sorry.
That's a little redundant. There's one right around the corner.
Correct, yeah. These were plans that were done. I'm not sure the timing of the plans that were drawn versus when the fishing pier was installed. So that would be removed from that project. So currently that plan shows approximately 56 slips. So we could phase it. We could do it all at once. Just, again, this is just trying to put the information in front of you of what we have currently and see, if it's something we're still interested in pursuing.
And a question about the Johns Pass Village docks.
Mm-hmm.
It appears that it's in 2 areas along there, one at the bell tower and
Correct.
Then one in front of Waltz?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay. And I guess we'll have to deal with that sand issue before we can even consider. I know the sand hasn't gone all the way down to the bell tower yet, but if it's going to continue, I don't want to build something that's going to not be useful to us later.
Yeah, I think we need to get some of that sand issue resolved before we go putting more pilings in out there. So we don't know what that's going to do to where we're wanting to put slips. I could see if we do this, do it in phases, for example, page 71, and maybe this is a 5-year program to where we do sheet 6 initially, and then the following year sheet 5, and then sheet 4, and then sheet 3, and add them as we go. First of all, I think we need to do a certain section, see what kind of response. We may decide there's not enough demand to keep going. So that's just my thought, and maybe this is something we need to push to another meeting after we all have a chance to think about it. I'm sure for me, Johns Pass Village for the time being is off the table till we determine what we're going to do down there with that sand issue.
Okay. Yeah, we can put it in the proposed budget for next year and then phase it out and take it from there and then address it once the time comes?
Yeah, there's nothing in the budget this year for it anyhow, right?
Correct, yeah, it was just in anticipation for the budget process
Okay.
for 2022.
Well,
We also need to discuss how we're gonna recoup some of the costs for this. I mean, do places generally charge for this kind of thing, and how do you do it? And, I mean, maybe if folks wanna spend the night, or or we're having a limit, I mean, lots to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
are you talking about slips that people can stay in overnight with power?
It's, so from my understanding, this project has gone through a couple of different renditions, and I think it's been, back and forth, whether they be free slips, whether they'd be hourly, whether they'd only be charged for special events. So again, nothing's definite. It's just an idea to see if the city's still interested in pursuing it before we got too far down the road and decided, we don't need more docks. So we can get all those details worked out. Right now, we're just trying to decide if it's worth putting in the budget for coming.
I would think day slips. I don't think we want transient slips down here on the park for people to stay overnight.
Yeah, I think we wanna just use it to alleviate some of the parking problems, right?
And Treasure Island has one slip with a meter on it. But maybe that's something we should look at, is just have a machine down there for these slips too. And, if we've got the tournament going on, maybe we want to forego that simply for boats that are coming in for the fishing tournament or something. But as a general rule, treat them like a parking spot. I mean,
I think that's when you would definitely want to charge.
yeah.
I mean, that's when we're going to fill it out.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. In 2015, when these were originally drawn up, there was definitely a metered parking element to the boat slips. Jamie, my question is, I know that there were some permits that were gone out for. Do you know the status? I mean, do we still have the permits in order to do?
Unfortunately, those permits have expired, so we'd have to reapply for them.
Okay.
So.
I mean, the process is long. I mean, so it's a good idea to bring it up and start talking about it, because I don't remember how long the process was, but I don't think it was an overnight thing. So I think we probably need to bring this up again and kind of work through it. Cool. Thanks.
I think I plan to put something in the budget though for next year.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm okay with doing one section. Now, whether that's whichever one everyone decides is the best one to do, whether it's 3 to get it closer to Madeira Way in the town center, or whether it's 6 or any one in between, I think we ought to gradually put this in and see how it goes before we do the whole thing.
Okay.
Excuse me. Jamie, I just need to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
On the seawall itself, there was always a transit on it because there was like underground seaweed there near the seawall. And that's what they prevented putting any docks there, because of the seawater there. I don't know.
There's seagrass?
Yeah, there was something
Okay.
there in the water, and they didn't want to disturb it. as far as you know, was that ever taken care of?
It would be part of the permit, process, and if there's some mitigation items that we need to take care of, we would have to do that also. So, it will be addressed if that was an issue prior. I'm not aware of any right now. Again, I haven't really gotten too deep into all the details of it. I just wanted to see if it was still an interest before,
Thank you.
spending too much time on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment on that?
Steve Kochick, 15301 Second Street, East Madeira Beach, as the adjoining property for the project of Town Hall only. I can remember, this goes back to Paula Cohen. This actually is one of the byproducts of the master plan that we went way back for. And it was looking that far into the future of things happening. My first thing was, no way, this is that, my view, this, that, the normal things that you would hear. But that's not progress from Madeira Beach to think like that. And then I put my commissioner's hat on and I said, okay, if we're going to do it, it has to be something that we are very proud of and that the entire community is proud of. It's profitable and it's useful. If we're thinking it for 2 events, I see the boat traffic that's out here and all, and they get in and they get out. Whether they would park their boats even, I really don't know, because they just anchor all in here and they're happy. But I think maybe like a community meeting, just dealing with just this part. John's Pass, I remember when that was brought up, it was a great idea. People want to come by boats and there's no place to put your boat there, And if anybody's going to put a boat there, let the city be the ones that profit from it. No matter how we have to do it, even if we have to anchor something offshore that we can have it and taxi people back and forth, that's, anything. But as far as this here, I think getting together with the community, getting the neighbors involved so that they're supportive of it and all, and knowing that they're protected, that the Christmas parade's still going to be able to come down, the VFW parade's still going to come down, we're going all the way over till you're 10 feet away from the other guy's dock. Take it a thing that's going to be respectful to the community, make the community proud, and we go along with progress. I'll back you guys 100% on this, and I'll champion it. And like if anybody says, I have the most to lose from it, because this is my view totally, for the last 50 years. When my uncle bought the building, he bought that building specifically to this. But I've seen how when the docks are put in and they're respectful and they're beautiful, they're adding to it. Things change. Rather than nothing now, there's something that is still fits in the community. This is a seaside community. It's a waterfront community. Boats, sailboats, something like that are part of our community. They're on that side. There's no reason why they can't be on this side, as long as it's done well. So I'm here to support you, and I just hope that I'm around. I'm getting a little confused here. I hope I'm around long enough to see it come to fruition.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else?
Hello, my name's Dave Hudson, 15308 Harbor Drive. I spend a lot of time on this little stretch of water, pulling up garbage and things like that. One of the problems here is the water flow is very poor. When things come in, it takes them 3 or 4 days to go out. So if this is going to impede the flow of the water, we're going to get additional garbage from boats and things like that. We need to be careful about water quality, because this has been, it'll cause a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there any electronic comments on this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next is item A, review resignation of former Deputy City Clerk Andrea Gamble. Mayor Andrews.
Mr. Mayor, Board, thank you. I'm requesting a little latitude on my time requirements on this. I've been bringing this up for about 15 months, and given the time that's passed, it's going to take a little longer than 5 minutes to set the stage and provide an accurate account. you know, and also a valuable employee lost her career and her retirement. So I'm hoping to give this topic just a few extra moments. Is that acceptable with everyone?
That's
Yes.
fine with me.
Thank you. My personal feeling is I understand Ms. Gamble submitted a statement that we've all been provided that she wants to be read into the record. I think what would be great is if Clara kicked this off and read it into the record now, and that can serve as our jumping off point, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes, please.
Okay. Clara, the floor is yours.
Is this the top sheet?
Yeah, the letter from Andrea.
Okay. 24th of January, 2021. Dear Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, Happy New Year. While I have moved to beautiful Tennessee, I have been keeping up with all the accomplishments this new board has achieved, and all I can say is, wow, you have done a magnificent job. I want to thank you for another look at the circumstances of my departure from the city, and if it pleases the board, I would like a quick statement to be read into the record on my behalf for this evening's workshop. Over my time at the City of Madeira Beach, I saw some great employees being treated awful and unfairly by city management. Dave Marsicano, Miranda Patton, and even Vice Mayor Andrews were all treated unquestionably unfairly. This was the reason that when I was on the phone with Commissioner Douthert on the day in question, I admittedly put in a good word for my boss, City Clerk Clara Van Blargen. You may recall that the city clerk was on the agenda for potential termination because she was told by the previous mayor that she did not fit in, amongst other false charges. If standing up for your boss in the face of such poor treatment by anyone employed by the city is a charter violation, I would have gladly accepted any consequence. However, I never heard a word about it after the meeting. Commissioner Douthert did not attend the meeting that evening. Subsequently, there was no vote on the city clerk's termination, and it never came up on the agenda again. What happened next was crazy, confusion, and quite frankly disappointing. On October 9th, 2019, months after my phone conversation with Commissioner Douthert, I was emailed a pre-disciplinary letter by the new city manager, Mr. Robert Daniels. I was asked to report to a meeting the next morning, October the 10th, 2019 at 9:00 a.m. In the letter was a list of employee handbook offenses that I allegedly violated, and the letter included no specific actions that would constitute these violations. When I asked about this, I was told I will find out tomorrow. I am no attorney, but I know the employee handbook well enough based on my time taking minutes for the Civil Service Commission. I would never consider that due process and was never given the chance to prepare for a grievance. Faced with being blindsided with no documentation of offenses and trying to defend charges ranging from wasting time, conduct unbecoming, political activities, insubordination, intimidation, the list goes on. You can see why I felt my only option was to resign, as I did not want the letter from Mr. Daniels to be placed in my personnel file. Please read the letter for yourself. My departure decision was clearly made by Mr. Daniels. For the record, this was not a voluntary resignation. My situation was simple. I was not given any other viable option other than to resign under duress. I am terribly sorry I had to write this letter. I am also sorry my other talented colleagues who never got a chance to tell their stories. I have really enjoyed my time at Madeira Beach, and I have made friends that I continue to stay in touch with. Thank you all again for examining this, and I wish you all nothing more than continued success. Kind regards, Andrea Gamble.
Thanks, Clara. Okay, so admittedly, this is a little personal for me, okay? Because over the recent years, I've watched, and frankly, and you can hear it in the letter, I've been a victim of some of the abuse of power coming from our city manager perch. Heck, I mean, we even had the state come in and intervene and convict the fire chief of abusing his power while in office. Did I turn around and sue? No, I love this city. I thought the best way I could help the city was to run for office and try to gain a little justice, and at least point our city in the right direction so we didn't have to worry about it. But I've gone out of my way to make the BOC aware of it, this one, the past one, and frankly, until now, nobody was overseeing the city manager. The city manager would say something like it's it's an administrative function, or they didn't discuss personnel issues in public and nobody challenged them. But think about everything from the improper firings to fake fraud audits to unsubstantiated resignations, hiring outside counsel on taxpayer money to bully our Civil Service Commission, and mishandling of simple things like suspension without pay. Honestly, we're lucky not to be up to our eyeballs in lawsuits. Remember, even when caught, these city managers received no discipline. Even when found guilty by our own watchdog organization, the Civil Service Commission, our system's so broken, it allowed for the city manager to toss out his own guilty verdict. And the board did nothing. Oh, wait. One esteemed member thought we should dissolve the Civil Service Board because of the verdict. Wow. Bottom line, I've spoken many times about reform. Okay, I've spoken about, in the next budget, eliminating positions to make the city leaner and run more efficiently. Heck, we insanely paid $15,000 for a salary survey that specifically told us we were too top-heavy. And we did, and what did we do with that knowledge? Absolutely nothing. We blatantly didn't fix the problem. And we completely wasted another amount of money on a study. But I digress. Let's get one thing clear. Our current city manager is not responsible for all the abuses and misuse of power over the past 5 years or so, nor will he be asked to atone for anybody's actions other than his own. But in this case, he is, in my opinion, directly responsible for breaking the charter and the employee handbook and abusing his power in the handling of former Deputy Clerk Andrea Gamble. We heard her letter. I'm sure you remember during the joint meeting with this board and the Civil Service Commission last year, Mr. Daniels stood in front of us and our Civil Service Board and told us straight-faced he always checked and followed the charter. Well, if that's true, I guess that's commendable, but it's also expected. Let's find out if that's true. When Mr. Daniels said that, I'll never forget, the next line was from Commissioner Price, and it was so telling. She looked at him and confused and said, well, if you always follow the charter, why do we have so many personal issues and complaints? Truer words couldn't be spoken. So that's the premise of what we need to find out today. The big caveat is, frankly, guys, if I'm wrong, I will happily stand in front of all of you and direct and issue Mr. Daniels an apology. If I'm not, I think it's time for the board to take a stand and start holding people accountable for their actions. When you don't provide deterrent consequences, you are screaming to our employees that we condone these actions. So hopefully that ends today. So we listened to Ms. Gamble's take. If you have yet to look at her disciplinary letter, pre-disciplinary letter from Mr. Daniels that he gave to Ms. Gamble on October 9th, 2019, I expect you do so. All of our employees are entitled to due process, including Mr. Daniels, so we will follow the charter and employee handbook and grant him so. So without further ado, according to Ms. Gamble, the facts are pretty simple. Commissioner Douthert called the CM and told him that months prior to Mr. Daniels' arrival, Andrea Gamble had made comments via phone conversation to a commission meeting, and I'll paraphrase. Commissioner Douthert, you're the deciding vote to terminate Clara. That's before the board. It's now 2-2. Mr. Daniels told Commissioner Douthert that he would investigate it, which is funny because Commissioner Daniels has said repeatedly in front of this commission that he does not investigate offenses or hand out punishments for situations that occurred prior to his time here. At least that's what he said in the Mr. Presser case. To my knowledge, this call with Mr. Daniels and Commissioner Douthert occurred on Monday, October 7th, 2019. Andrea Gamble received the pre-disciplinary letter before you on October 9th, 2019. So the first order of business. It bothers me when you look at these offenses. They're pretty vague. I won't speak for anyone, but to me this letter really doesn't provide the recipient with a whole lot of options. How do you defend intimidation or threatening when there's no transcript of a call? I mean, seriously, with Andrea's accent, I doubt anybody could ever say she's being threatening to or intimidating to a military veteran. But if Commissioner Douthert felt intimidated or threatened, that was certainly his right. But I also contend the same must be true for Ms. Gamble. If she says she was under duress, we have nothing to prove otherwise. Also, based on this letter, Ms. Gamble's own testimony, anyone who considers this to be a forced resignation, who doesn't consider this to be a forced resignation, probably also thinks that a party being asked to walk the plank is voluntary resignation. Second, the fact that the letter was received by Ms. Gamble on October 9th and the pre-term meeting was scheduled for October 10th is also an uncontested violation of the City Employee Handbook. Article 10, Section 1001, no employee shall be terminated without a pre-termination hearing. Pre-termination hearings shall mean those hearings when it has been alleged that an employee has violated a departmental or city rule that could lead to termination. That's exactly what we're dealing with here. Okay, I'll continue. Same passage, Article 10, Section 1001. The employee shall be given 72 hours notice in advance of the pre-termination hearing and shall be afforded due process. The letter was given to her on October 9th. She was told the meeting was on October 10th. clearly a violation of the 72-hour rule. I could probably argue not knowing the exact charges would also make it difficult for due process, but I'll move on. But uncontested violation of 72 hours. Next, read the offenses. Wow, I mean, political activity while on city time, conduct unbecoming, insubordination, disclosing or using information not available to the public for personal gain or benefit, off with their head, right? These are insane. Intimidation, threatening. I mean, I think it's a bit of a reach. At the last meeting, you know, you guys heard me all ask if there were any other offenses and any other documentation from Andrea's personnel file that needed to be presented. I'd like to see them, but I don't see any. Okay? I would have hoped that you'd had an ironclad documented proof of such violations to host such a pre-termination meeting that wasn't just a fishing expedition. But truthfully, excuse me one second. I'm almost done. Forget about all that for a second. All that stuff's important, and lots of violations and mishandlings. But forget about it. It means nothing. Do I think the city manager's actions were in breach of power? Yes. Do I think it was a political move to gain advantage with the group in power? Yes. Do I think it was completely botched and mismanaged, the discipline process as per the employee handbook? Absolutely. But forget everything I said. Forget it. Only one thing matters. Andrea Gamble was not his employee. The deputy clerk reports to the city clerk. The city clerk reports to the board of commissioners, period. Okay? There are no dotted lines. The structure is very defined. Nowhere in the disciplinary hierarchy for the deputy clerk is a city manager listed. Bottom line, the city manager has no authority over the deputy clerk. The charter reads, and I'm paraphrasing, the city clerk has the ability to hire, fire, and discipline the deputy clerk at the pleasure of the board. Okay? That's the chain of the command. Okay? And a couple of other handful of questions come up stemming from the bullying of the city clerk, but why was the city clerk never involved in this process? Why didn't anybody inform the city clerk of this investigation prior to embarking on it? Why wasn't she the person writing this disciplinary action? Why was her employee about to be given a disciplinary meeting at 9 o'clock on October 10th without her even initiating her buy-in? Other irregularities, but the question is, why would our city manager be disciplining somebody that didn't report to them? Okay? Another clear violation. Well, we can answer these questions at another time. The bottom line is if the city clerk was interested in getting rid of Andrea based on these offenses, and she wasn't comfortable dealing with it, she comes to us. Then the board deals with it, not the city manager, okay? Based on this evidence, besides the fact that this was a political hatchet job, the city manager had no business and no authority to insert himself into this process. He went completely outside the scope of his job, and the result is a woman lost her job, benefits, 401k. To me, it's unconscionable, okay? It's time to institute some changes because, frankly, rules without discipline are just suggestions. Okay? I'll be happy to answer any questions or concerns, but if you agree with my assessment of facts, I think we need to also start discussing discipline and be ready to vote on it the next meeting. Thank you.
I would like to make a statement since my name is being used. Andrea Gamble called me 3 times that day. I was driving back from Washington, D.C., saying, how are you going to vote? I said, you'll find out at the meeting. Well, I think you're going to vote with the other people and put the city clerk out of a job. And it's not a good thing to do right now since her husband is undergoing treatment. Then she said, don't make the meeting. And she called me 3 times on the way back and said, don't make the meeting, don't make the meeting. I asked Bob, the city manager, to investigate this because I felt this was wrong. You know, I didn't think that it's her position to get involved in what we at the board are voting on, yes or no. That's why I asked the city manager to investigate that, because what she says in here is not complete and not true in the letter that she wrote. She did call 3 times. I was driving. Me and my wife were in the car. My wife heard it also. Don't make the meeting. Don't make the meeting. And I said, I'm going to try to make the meeting, but how are you going to vote? Well, that's none of your business. I will make that announcement at the meeting when I, hear everything. So that is why that came up. And you're bringing up all these charges, Commissioner Andrews, against the city manager. Let's answer them right now. Let's talk about them. You brought them up. Don't say, let's push it off to another time. We need to answer them today, right now.
I agree with you completely, Commissioner Douther. Since you wanted to chime in, why don't you answer some questions for me?
Go ahead.
Were you intimidated by the call?
I did not think it was right, the same as you said.
Okay, well, I'm reading on this piece of paper that's talking that you were intimidated and
One at a
threatened.
time, please.
You asked me a question, let me answer it. Stop
Okay, go ahead.
Stop running your mouth for a minute and let me answer it. No, I was
Thank
not.
you, sir.
No, I was not intimidated by it, but I thought it was wrong, such as any of the other employees getting involved in what, if an employee comes to you and says, Commissioner Andrews, how are you going to vote on such and such, and I don't think you should do it because of A, B, or C. That's not their position to do. That's getting involved in our job. She should have not have done that. She should have.
I agree with you. I just have one more question for you, sir. Just one more question for you. Why did you wait months to report it? You had a city manager, Evans, that would have taken care of it right away. You waited months to report this. Months. 6 months.
I did not wait 6 months.
How many months did you wait, John? Why didn't you report it right away? If you felt so threatened, if you felt so intimidated,
why do you keep bringing up this threatened thing?
Well, because I'm reading the offenses that are on the piece of paper, John.
I am not.
You back this.
I was not threatened. I asked to have something investigated.
Why did you wait 6 months to report it, sir?
It was not 6 months. I can tell you that. It was probably
How many months was it? If it was more than 1 day, it was too long. How many months was it?
Then why are we looking at this letter that it took Andrea Gamble's 5 months to write? Same thing.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not,
We
Doug.
couldn't get it on the agenda.
Well, this letter was just written.
John, why did you wait months to report this if you were so bothered by it? If it really bothered you, why did you wait so long? Was it just eating at you that you had to report it?
I felt it was proper to report it. And then
why didn't you report it to Jonathan Evans, the city manager at the time?
Can you be quiet for a minute? Let me finish.
You're not answering my question. You're dancing around it.
No, I'm not. And why did it take Andrea till 24 January to respond and write a letter? Same thing. But, if any other employees, because when employees got involved in the politics of the city, you got so friggin' upset, it was unbelievable.
Right. Nobody investigated because it was beyond Mr. Daniels' time, sir.
This to me is also getting involved in the politics. So I thought.
Yeah, and you started it and you're not answering the questions. But I mean, this goes into your pattern. Right. John, it's not even worth arguing with you. You didn't report it when it happened, so you didn't think it was that intimidating or that big of a deal.
No,
you thought it was a big deal because you were trying to get somebody in trouble.
I reported.
Okay? It fits right into your narrative of not taking care of the city employees.
Point of order.
Let
Commissioner Douther speak.
I reported it quite quickly, probably within a week or two. And then Bob came in and then I reported it to him. Bob, did you know this was going on? Please investigate it. So it was reported.
Commissioner Douther, one question, by charter, city clerk works for the commission. Is there a reason you didn't report this to the city clerk?
Because I believe that all the employees report to the city manager. He is in charge.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. That's
You're wrong.
I might be wrong on that, but that was my belief. That's why I reported it to the city manager.
Well, perhaps you need to familiarize yourself with the charter.
And so does this whole commission, because we're getting into the weeds with employees when the city charter says we're not supposed to be in the weeds with the city charter, with the employees. That's the city manager's job, not our job as commissioners.
Mr. Douther, it is our responsibility to provide a system of checks and balances for all of our employees.
Read the charter.
It is our response. The charter says it's our response. These are our employees. Do we let them run wild and no system of checks and balances? Why didn't you report it when it happened? It wasn't 2 weeks, John. You know it wasn't 2 weeks. Jonathan Evans was still the city manager.
And I reported it to Mr. Evans, and when Bob came in, I reported it to him.
And there's no record of that, or your fact that she called you 3 times and she pestered you, I guess. So, okay, thank you.
Well, I have one question. what was Mr. Evans' response, Commissioner Douthat, to your complaint?
He said that he would investigate it, and I'm assuming that he did not, because it was near the time that he was getting ready to leave. So I'm assuming he did not investigate it. But, you know, I don't know what was in Mr. Evans's mind, so I can't answer that question. I can only tell you what I think.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr.
do
Sidney.
I have an opportunity?
Yes, I'd like you to put some,
I think,
clarity on this.
okay, I think we've gone, like, way overboard. And if I can bring this back to a factual basis, okay? I was told by Commissioner Douthat that this happened around July 1 from my recollection, okay? I was notified a couple days before this letter was issued, and I contacted our HR director. I also contacted Mr. Gonzalez, who was the labor attorney at the time, and the ruling that I got from the charter is that the city clerk's position is appointed by the commission. The deputy clerk is hired and fired by the manager, but appointed by the commission as the deputy clerk. So I went off of the legal advice that I had at that particular time. But we're way ahead of the cart. I mean, this was an issue where once Ms. Gamble was notified and given this letter, she took off. She was AWOL. That's a fact. So all I did in this letter, and if you take the time and read through it, it's a notification letter informing her of this meeting, reference to these alleged violations of the City of Madeira Beach Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. The meeting, obviously, being noted here at 9 a.m. on Thursday, October the 10th. The meeting date was convenient, from what I recall at the time, from Ms. Gamble. She said in her statement letter, which I saw just prior to the meeting, is that she knows about our policy and procedures manual, which also has a grievance procedure in there. But again, that's all stuff. All I was trying to do was put her on notice that this was occurring, that there was a complaint, and her side of the story. And that's what this says. And it says here, in reference to the following violations of personnel policies. I wanted to give her some idea. It's transparency is what I call it. It also says at the end of this, this is your opportunity to explain your action and other necessary details. There's always two sides to every story. And sometimes there's the truth that's somewhere in the middle. I don't know. I don't know Ms. Gamble that well. I am not involved in the politics that goes on within the city. I'm independent of that. So when it says here, if you have any questions, feel free to contact our HR director, Karen Paulson. Now, Karen's here. Karen was at the meeting with us, where I re-advised exactly what I just explained to you and talked to Andrea. And I told right away, Andrea wanted to give me her resignation letter. And I said, I don't want that. I want to get to the bottom of this. You know, I don't want your resignation letter. And then she said, well, you know, I'm leaving anyhow, and, you know, I don't want to have to go through this. And I said, well, anybody can make a complaint against a public employee, and it's got to be looked into. So all I'm trying to do is get your version of what occurred. And so she says, no, I still want to resign. And I think about the third or fourth time that we went through this, and again, Karen can come up and validate what I'm telling you as being the truth. But I said, okay, I want you to know one thing. I learned long ago, if somebody's going to offer me their resignation, I'm not going to talk them out of it, because it always comes back to hurt the organization or hurt somebody within the organization. And I explained that to her, and she says, no, I still want to resign. Now, that's her choice. I did not ask her to resign. I tried to talk her out of that because I really think it's important that employees stand up on their own 2 feet and explain what's going on. Maybe it is a political thing. I don't know that. And so that's what I asked of her, but she still said that she wanted to resign. Now, a grievance filed, I guess, she could take the point that she didn't know what the purpose was of this letter. It's quite obvious. I wasn't accusing her of this. I wanted to get her side of the story, and I was trying to be transparent. All of this was approved by Mr. Gonzalez and also reviewed by Karen. Now, if you want me to have Karen come up and explain to you from her perspective, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but this is truly something that just got totally blown out of proportion, and I treat every employee the same that I've dealt with, and I give them the same speech if they want to resign, because I think it's important that they don't just resign. If they truly have an issue, I want to know it.
And was there any discussion with the city clerk at all on all of this?
I can't recall. I know Clara and I had discussions about what was going on, and I know she had some issues that were going on with Andrea at that time, because she was under one of those situations where she had to go to school to keep her position as deputy clerk, and she hadn't gone to take the training. And her response to Clara was, well, I'm going to be leaving soon. I'm not going to take the training. But I think from the time that I started here, she was leaving. And so Clara had come to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Clara, but somehow we had a dialogue, whether she came to me or I came to her, and she explained that, she's got this problem that she won't go to the class. And so we're not talking about an employee that was getting everything done and perfect the way it was supposed to be. And again, all the stuff with, Commissioner Douthert, I was, until October, I knew nothing about that. So that's really where we sit with it. And, Karen, you want to come up and
I've still got a few more questions for you, Bob.
I prefer to let you hear everything, and then you can ask the questions.
Well, I don't know what Karen's going to add. Karen's documentation's in here. Who didn't provide her the 72 hours that she was needed for? It's stated in the record here that this was a pre-disciplinary meeting. In the handbook, it says they're supposed to be provided 72 hours to prepare. That was never done. You had set a meeting date. Also, to Mr. Douthert's claim that it was 2 weeks, he just said July to October is not 2 weeks. So we know that's not true. She also was not your employee. You should have been in contact with the city clerk from moment one if you wanted something done, but you shouldn't have been even involved in the disciplinary process.
I disagree with you, sir.
Well, you can disagree with me all you want. I'm just telling you what the charter says.
If you want to call Mr. Gonzalez.
I don't want to call Mr. Gonzalez. He's not here to help you, so.
I don't want to argue with you.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just pointing it out to you. She wasn't your employee.
I'm pointing it out to you that, yes, she was, sir.
I guess we'll have to get another interpretation. Okay, but, also you specifically said you don't investigate matters that didn't occur before you were here. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I started July 1, and on July 1st, thereabouts, this occurred. So my assumption was that this wasn't reported to the outgoing city manager because he was an outgoing city manager. So.
Well, I would say the assistant city clerk does work for the city clerk. The first thing is that I feel like Commissioner Douthert should have gone to the city clerk with this. However, that city commission was putting our city clerk under undue pressure at that time also. So I can only surmise that possibly that's why Commissioner Douthert didn't follow the proper channels and go to the city clerk. Ms. Paulson, would you like to come up and fill us in on what happened with you and Mr. Daniels and Ms. Gamble?
Yeah, I can validate what Mr. Daniels has said. You're right, Mr. Andrews, I did miss giving her the 72-hour notice, should have done that, but it was it was a very quick thing going on. He did give her plenty of opportunity to back out, but Andrea, we all knew she was moving to Tennessee. She had been telling us for months that she was going to be leaving, and she didn't try to even fight or offer an explanation. She didn't want to deal with it, and she wanted to just resign. And after that point, she never even asked for a grievance. She didn't even care to go that route. So, and I do know, I'm pretty sure Claire was aware that we were talking with Andrea before that time.
She wasn't involved in the process. And Karen, I'm looking at these offenses. Who wrote these offenses down? I mean, insubordination she refused to complete work assigned. There's no evidence of that. Disclosing or using information not available to the public for personal gain or benefit. What was that? What charge is that?
Well, I'm not at liberty to say, because I don't have we didn't ever get to the point where we had a pre-disciplinary.
Then what are these offenses? If we didn't figure out what we were tacking onto it.
They were what was told to Mr. Daniels that he felt that were violations of our policy.
Dishonest, disrespectful, threatening, intimidating behavior, or coercing fellow employees. I mean, I would have resigned if you would have given me a letter like this. How do you fight this? There's no specific. You see, the whole thing is you can't. If you're going to assign these offenses, there certainly should be acts that they did in order to do that. That's how they defend themselves. If you just hand somebody this letter, they're going to be like, oh, what's going on?
Well, prior to the letter being written, I know we had a meeting with Andrea, and Mr. Daniels did ask her, did you talk to the commissioner about this, and did you say these things? And she admitted, yes, she did. And I think that is why she just admittedly wanted just to resign, because she felt she didn't have an opportunity. You know, she probably felt guilty. I'm not going to say what she felt, but she admitted that she talked to Mr. Douther, and then she left, and we wanted her to come back the next day to talk about it. And she didn't want to talk about it. She just wanted to resign. So that was her choice. We didn't force her to do anything.
That was her choice.
But she was leaving, too. So
Okay.
It was a matter of saying, I think she felt like, why bother?
No.
I'm leaving.
Her letter states otherwise, but we'll just go with that.
I disagree with her letter. I read it today, too. There are some things I disagree in there.
Thank you.
Can I put in my 2 cents?
Yes,
Just
please.
real quick. I think there's no doubt the 72-hour period was a violation on the city's part. Even assuming Andrea called Commissioner Douthat and said what he says she said, and even assuming, I mean, here's the sad thing is we relied on an attorney who said that this October 9, 2019 letter was appropriate to send to an employee at 5:30 at night at home and require her to come in at 9 o'clock in the morning and answer 7 different violations. That if I got this letter, I knew I would be on the road to being fired. You don't pile on like this. I don't know if she had other write-ups in her file or not, but if this was her first write-up, I would not want to defend it, this letter. I think the lesson learned here is not to have. This is the first time I knew Tom Gonzalez review anything for this city on the HR side, because this is a damning letter, and I think it was wrong. Number one, he didn't even look at our charter and realize there's 72 hours. Our city manager should have known 72 hours. Our HR person should have known 72 hours. The tone of the letter looks to me like a termination. I would have taken it like this. It was written before the investigation. I'm just going to, and then the timing is so crazy, from July to October, making the complaint in October. I don't know what was going on in the commission at that time, but I think based on all the documentation I'm looking at and what I've learned from everybody, the city has a little liability here, and I'm going to recommend that we put a documented verbal warning in Mr. Daniels' personnel file about this. But I can't see going any further. He relied on an attorney's advice, that letter was appropriate.
May I?
Yes, please.
There was a communication with Andrea about, I'll admit I didn't know the 72-hour provision, but I did want to make sure that she had enough time. So even before we were proceeding, I had asked her, do you need time to prepare your thoughts or get them together? I was trying to talk her out of resigning. So,
at the resignation, or at the pre-disciplinary meeting, though.
well, again, I didn't do an investigation yet, okay? This is all preliminary. But obviously you start out, you have the complaint, you talk to the person that the complaint was about, and that's where I was at. But I wanted her to know that this could be something serious if everything was truthful that was alleged.
Correct.
And so that's what I was doing. So I know, you want to hang your hat on the 72 hours, but I did make sure that she had enough time if she wanted to do the meeting another time or whatever. And the reason why it was 5:30 is that she had left without any authorization. She even put her, I think, if I'm correct, Karen, I think her identification card or something was left on the desk. So we didn't know if she was coming back or not coming back. And, but I really just wanted to get to the bottom of it, like I said. And if it's wrong, trying to be honest with the employees and thinking that, all of this is true, because I would tell her, I don't know. I didn't conduct an investigation. It was all very preliminary.
Then your October 9 letter, in addition to giving her 72 hours, your October 9 letter should have said, we had a discussion about the conversations you admitted you had via telephone with Commissioner Douthert. We need to get to the bottom of it. You don't list 7 things that include dishonesty and intimidation and conduct unbecoming a city employee and political activity. Well, actually, that would probably fit if she did what is alleged. But, disclosing information not available to the public for personal gain, this over a phone call made to, let's say it was an inappropriate phone call. How did that happen? 2/3 of if I got this letter, I would have resigned. And I know she didn't want to resign at that time because she called me, and I kind of went through her options with her and said, she was terrified that this letter would end up in her file and it would make it so she couldn't get a job at her next, at Tennessee. I would too. It's accusatory. And I know, I get your side of it. You're putting everything out. This is serious. This is all the stuff we think could be at stake. But man, it's, this looks to me like what they call a constructive termination. I would have thought I was terminated if I got that letter. I wouldn't want to go to that 9 a.m. meeting. I would have sat and stayed up all night thinking, is it worth fighting or do I want to resign? Let's resign to keep that letter out of my file. I think most people would do that. So, but because Mr. Daniels relied on attorney's advice and the attorney even reviewed the letter, I can't recommend it, or my personal preference would be just to put a written verbal warning. I know that sounds crazy, a documented verbal warning in his file about really the tone of the letter and the 72 hours. And it doesn't take an attorney to look at our charter and figure that out. And that's probably as strong as I'm willing to go on this. She doesn't want to come back. She's up in Tennessee. I appreciate that it's out in the open. I think we can learn something from this, about what not to do and what to do, but...
Yeah, I think this is a learning moment. I think, also, I think possibly our city manager had a lot of pressure put on him by the previous administration, and I would like to see this town move forward, not backwards. I would like to see us repair a lot of the damage that was done, and move forward and settle things down some more. I'm fine with that, Commissioner Daniels, but I also think possibly City Manager Daniels got kind of caught in the middle of what was going on with the whole trying to get rid of our city clerk and all that was going on back then amongst our previous city commission. So this is a new city commission. We don't do business the way it was done in taking out vengeful vendettas on people. And I want to see us correcting wrongs that has been done, just like we did with the marina audit. We've got to move this city forward and get past this people doing things for their own vengeful reasons. And a lot of that has happened in the past, and I want to see it stop. I'd like to see us move on from this point.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one question? Can we ask Mr. Trask where we stand? Because Clara and I both had the discussion about the deputy city clerk's position, and we both looked at the charter in reference to it. So just so I know clearly what the position is on it, I would like his interpretation.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, Bill.
Thank you.
So I remember looking at this issue many, many years ago when it came up before, not only in this city but other cities. And the question always arises, are the employees in the city clerk's office really the employees of the city clerk, or are they the employees of the city under the direction of the city manager? The provision of the charter says, in the only section that deals with the deputy clerk, it's one sentence. It says the city clerk, with the approval of the city commission, may appoint deputy clerks who, when appointed, shall have such powers and authority as shall be conferred by the Board of Commissioners. It does not say that the deputy clerk is an employee of the city clerk. It basically is just allowing the city clerk to deputize a clerk in the office to do the things that the city clerk does. But it's my opinion that any employee, other than a charter official, is under the direction of the city manager. So the deputy clerk would be an employee in which your city manager would have control over. And I think that many years ago in this city, I issued an opinion to that effect, and we could search for that, but I don't think that my opinion has changed. The charter has not changed on that particular issue. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time to move past this now. Next on the agenda is there any public comment on this before we move forward? Yes, sir.
What's the final outcome? What's the final decision? This going further, or is it a dead issue now? Any further action being taken? Is apology going to be taken? Is everybody going to shake hands and say, okay, we learned something from this and we can move on? I can understand the city manager got put in a terrible position.
Yeah.
He just got hired, and now he comes in and he walked into the worst S-storm that you could possibly walk into. Incompetent board, people just running amok, craziness. So all I'm asking now is, what happens to Andrea? What is going to be the final decision in writing? So in the future, it'll be known what decision was taken of this. Is her record cleared completely of this? Which I would suggest is that this just gets expunged.
Yes.
Well, I think that Mr. Duthert may have embellished a little bit upon his, no doubt about it.
Well, I don't, hopefully.
I'm just saying this is my opinion now. And I'm just asking that I would lean towards Andrea not having anything that would affect her future or anything, because at the time, like you said, it was a crazy situation. The bygones be bygones. Nobody was hurt in reality except for her. She had to leave. And I remember what Clara had to go through with the last board. It was hell. And any employee that has to go through something like that without public officials, it's up to us, the people who elected them, to step up and say, enough. These are our employees. And we will protect them before we protect you. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't think there is anything in Andrea's file regarding this. Is that correct?
That's, as far as I know, it's not in her file.
I think we need to be sure there is nothing in her file.
We will check, obviously, if there's something there. It's we have records retention issues, but we'll work through those. One other thing that I do want to do, because obviously I didn't want to misconstrue anything that's here. And my plan is to write her a letter of apology if she misconstrued this, because I truly don't want that with our employees or our former employees. I want to treat everybody fairly. And if she feels she was untreated or not treated fairly, I do want to apologize for her having that feeling, because that wasn't my intention.
Okay. Thank you.
That would be nice.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, next we're moving on to item B, letter to the IMCA to reinstate the membership of former city manager Shane Crawford. I put this on the agenda today because I was at those city commission meetings. I'd like to speak out about a couple of things. One is the chamber we're in, and this city hall, and all you see out here, and the fire department across the street, and the ballparks, and the recreation center, and moving this city forward. I'm not saying Mr. Crawford is perfect. I will say he did one heck of a job for the city of Madeira Beach. And I also saw him at a commission meeting tell the new commission that the commission he worked for wanted the city to be redeveloped, that he would move in any direction the new commission wanted. But rather than giving Mr. Crawford a chance, he was terminated. Part of that commission was Commissioner Oakley. Commissioner Oakley was a commissioner back in 2011. The exact same thing happened to our city then. Total destruction. As an example, Mike Maximo, our city services director, was forced out. Denise Schlegel resigned as city clerk after 22 years. Deborah Klein was forced out as HR manager after 13 years. Bill Mallory, our fire chief, Bill Mallory, who wore 5 hats in this city because they kept getting rid of everyone. He was the fire chief, he was the city manager, he was the HR manager, he was taking care of public works.
Yeah.
This man was doing everything only to be told that he wasn't doing a good job. You can't do 5 jobs and do a good job. Monica Mitchell resigned as finance director after 7 years. Michael Conley was fired as city attorney. Paula Cohen resigned after 8 years as community development director. There was a purge back in 2011. There was sheer chaos in Madeira Beach. Shane Crawford came in. Shane Crawford got caught up in some of that chaos that was going on and dealt with Commissioner Oakley. Commissioner Oakley ended up, I believe she resigned office back then. She may have been voted out or failed to rerun. And if anyone has any questions about these people I just mentioned, it's all written up in the St. Pete Times. Commissioner Oakley disappeared from the scene for a while, still doing things in the background. Somehow she got reelected, and immediately the purges started again. As soon as they got in, Commissioner Douthert sat up here, said right in his seat, right over here, I don't want anything going on in Madeira Beach. You can't run a city with nothing going on. They have fought the development of the Cambria Hotel. They have fought the development of the condominiums on 150th. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the height was reduced on the Cambria. It was reduced several floors. What happened when that was reduced? We lost green space. Well, if a building's a floor or two taller, I can look around it. But if it gets shorter, and it takes that ability away to look around it to where, even though I try to look around, I'm looking at more concrete wall, we've done no good for this city. The condominium buildings were pushed towards Madeira Way when there was going to be a large, I think, 400-foot green space in between each condominium building. But so that it didn't block one of the condominium buildings' view, it was moved. Now, I rode down East Madeira Avenue last summer, and I rode down it for a specific reason, because there are a number of condominiums right there on 150th, and I hope you all are listening, that are fighting, to this day, you're fighting a high dry storage facility at the marina, which we've talked about for years and years. If you drive down East Madeira Avenue and look at those people's backyards, what you will see are concrete walls from your condominiums. So who is blocking whose view? I think you people need to understand that we've got to move this city forward. What happened with our streets that are failing, our storm sewers are collapsing, your ad valorem taxes have gone up. We've got to generate new revenue. We can't keep getting rid of these people that are doing a good job for this city and having these headhunts because you don't want your view spoiled. Everybody at one time gets their view spoiled. My view was spoiled because the guy across the street from me built a big 3-story house. And you know what? I can't see the sunset anymore. But he's got a right to build that house on his property. It's, it's just the way things are. You've got to let people do what they want to with their property within reason. And my point is, Shane Crawford was doing what the city asked him to do. As far as Ms. Crawford goes, when she was moved into the city clerk's position, that was not done by Shane Crawford. That was done by the city commission. The city commission hires the city clerk. There are a number of things that were just totally wrong with this whole thing. Somebody told me they had accused Mr. Crawford of getting a $7,000 a month condominium for $2,500. That's nonsense. That nobody pays $7,000 a month, even in this day, for a place around here. So a lot of this is just bogus. And above all, I think Mr. Crawford deserves a chance for us to write a letter for him asking for his reinstatement into the ICMA. You know, you have a kid years ago that, say, got thrown into jail 30 years ago because he had a joint on him, and he's still in prison. It's the same way here. I'm not saying Mr. Crawford was perfect in everything he did. I am saying it does not deserve a life sentence. He deserves to be able to practice his craft. Everybody learns from life experiences. Shane will make a great city manager for someone. It will not be Madeira Beach, and I have had this conversation with Mr. Crawford. I do not see bringing Shane back simply because there has been so much in Madeira Beach. I don't think we're the right fit for each other. But I do feel like he deserves the ability to work in the profession that he trained for. And I urge the City Commission to follow me in this and write a letter to the ICMA. The floor is open.
Well, I'm certainly willing to do that. I absolutely believe someone should be allowed to earn a living in their chosen field. And if that's what's holding it back for Mr. Crawford, I'm all for it. I lived through what he did for this city, and it was a lot more positive than negative. That's certainly the case. And so I'm with you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I've known Shane since the very beginning of time. In fact, he started in January and I started in March. But I have to let you know that of all the years I've been here, Shane's always treated me with respect. I don't know what he has done. I don't know what the charges are against him, but I do know he's always treated me with a lot of respect. And I'm all for whatever it takes to get him back on his job, wherever it may be.
Anyone else?
Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think that it would have a lot more impact to the ICMA if instead of a letter coming from the City Commission, that the City Commission adopt a resolution asking for this action to take place, and then have a cover letter to go with that resolution. The reason I'm suggesting that is it gives it more of a look of formality, and in my mind, it looks like it gives it a little bit more strength than just a letter coming from the mayor. Not to downplay that, obviously, but I think that a resolution would have a little bit more impact with the ICMA. Just a suggestion. And the way that that can be done, obviously, is at your next regular commission meeting. I would draft it, and then you could adopt it at the next meeting. It can't be done tonight, obviously.
Please draft it then.
Okay.
I think we have a consensus on that. Is there any public comment on this?
I do have written public comment.
Okay.
We have people here that...
Yeah. Debbie?
Debbie Weinstein, 441 129th Avenue. I guess I just can't understand how writing a letter in the resolution or a letter on behalf of Shane Crawford can be considered any part of official city business. Crawford was expelled from the ICMA. You've gone over all the facts and everything, but I'd like to just say my little piece. And the file was closed. Why are we rehashing this matter again? You've made it clear why you feel you're rehashing it. Crawford's been gone from the city almost 4 years, April 2017 when he was gone. But Crawford admitted, to 3 ethics violations, accepting gifts from developers, Mr. Beckner and Mr. Carnes, and all of that's right in here from the Ethics Commission and the final results of it. Both developers had projects that Crawford was supervising for Madeira Beach at the time of violation. I'm just appalled that this commission would spend any more time on behalf of Crawford in light of the decision made by the ICMA, the Florida Commission of Ethics, Governor DeSantis, and Mr. Crawford himself, and it's all in here. And Crawford also signed it on November 18th, 2018. And I don't think that that's a sign that anybody should, be, I mean, it's up to Shane to go back to the ICMA and put his statement forward. He was the guilty party, not the city of Madeira Beach. City of Madeira Beach was the victim. The citizens of Madeira Beach are the victims in this, of the wrongdoing, and I think it's an embarrassment, really, that you continue to interfere in this issue. You've indicated, I don't wish anybody any bad things in the future. I really don't, and I'm not trying to say that. I just think that he is a standalone person. He was he was given these different sanctions by the Commission of Ethics, by Governor DeSantis, by, the ICMA, and he himself admitted it. So I think that it's a little bit too much. I think that you're once again, as you say, you don't want to go back into what's happened, and I certainly don't want to either, but I think you're just bringing it forward all the time. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Terry Lister, 338 Boca Sega Drive. Hi. It's good to see you guys. Thank you for what you're saying, because it's absolutely true. As I was doing my research, sitting at the diocese, hiring city managers, we've had in the 20s. We were incorporated in 47. We've had 20 city managers, because it's not an easy job. It takes a certain type of individual. This meeting tonight, you can see city managers they have to have tough skin. They have lots of decisions. It's difficult to hire one employee and manage one employee. City managers manage a city. We have 4,200 people here that Shane Crawford managed, and he did a fantastic job, an absolute fantastic job. The city hasn't changed more in the tenure of any city manager than Shane Crawford, and for the better. The reason that we hired Shane Crawford is because he loved the city of Madeira Beach, just like I love the city, and I believe that everybody on this diocese loves the city of Madeira Beach. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and I just want to sit here and say, if there's anybody that's perfect out here that's never made a mistake, raise your hand. It's not going to happen. Nobody here is going to raise their hand. Maybe you made a mistake, but the ICMA made a bigger mistake. He is censured by the ICMA by standards that they decide on, and he is not able to go on with his life. He doesn't want to come back. He does not want to come back as a city manager of Madeira Beach. You know that. But he does want to go on with his life, and they are stopping that from happening. For us not to do something to help Shane Crawford continue with his life is a travesty, because that's all he did. He sat here at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30 at night in the old one with water dripping down in the old city hall, and figured out a way to make this place under budget and in time. Absolutely amazing. The man never stopped working for the city of Madeira Beach, and we did nothing to help him when it came time. You know me, I sat right here and screamed and hollered. I poured coffee everywhere. I mean, it's well known what I did. But that being said, we need it, and I think we're going to do it. And I want to go on record saying that Shane Crawford was one of the best things that happened to the city of Madeira Beach. Thank you.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bayshore Drive, Madeira Beach. I support the mayor's idea of trying to get Shane Crawford reinstated. He did a lot for the city. He did a lot of good things for the city. I, for one, have made many mistakes in my lifetime. And just like Terry Lister said, there's nobody here that can say they hadn't made a mistake, I don't think. The ICMA is an organization that holds a lot of power for a lot of communities, for the city manager, because they make it a requirement, the ICMA. But the ICMA is kind of a scam of an organization. It's pretty evident of what happened with our previous city manager, Evans, where he was censored for something that he did here in the city, but we can't find out what he was censored for and what the punishment was. So, you know, I think it's time, regardless of what I think of the ICMA, is to proceed with trying to get him reinstated, because in the whole scheme of things, he's done a lot for this community. And unfortunately, the previous commission was a destructive commission. And that is one of the things that they did to tear down this city, was to remove good people. And Shane was one of those good people. And because of the turmoil that all caused, I agree with the mayor. Shane is not a good fit. He should not even consider coming back to the city. It would be opening wounds that don't belong here. But we should not cause him the opportunities to have jobs in the future that require ICMA as a requirement. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Steve Kochick, 15301 2nd Street East. Wow, I picked a busy night. I remember when it all started. W.G. Higginbotham was the original city manager. And he saw what was going on and with the election and the way that the city was going. And he did something that was astounding. He wrote a letter that most of the people on the board had no idea what he was talking about. And what the letter really said was, why don't you fire me? And then I can collect everything. And that's what they did. They were so angry and so foolish that they got suckered. And he walked away with a nice big paycheck, which was well-deserved, because shame on you if you didn't know it. That's how Shane came along. I remember Travis running on the phone. He was negotiating on the phone, running back and forth and talking to, they were negotiating his fee. And when they brought him in and all. Then over the years and all, everything was going fine. Then all of a sudden, like we said, a different board came in, and things got ugly. And things got very ugly. And people were going to pay a price just out of hate. We just had one person up here who really made his life miserable. And now it's time that we look at things and can we correct things that were mistakes. Once again, I go back. Our employees are very dear to us. When we get elected with the first thing in mind to protect our employees as well as the people that we work for, the people that voted for us. From the city manager on down, our job really is to help them make decisions that are good for all of us. I've seen Tom come and go through the years. There have been times that I hated Tom and I wouldn't let him walk a dog. And other times I'm very proud of him. But that's the way that the job runs. At times I wonder whose loyalty is Tom to it. And Tom is a lawyer, so his opinion has to be towards the law. Who he gets hired by is who he goes to. And I got a feeling, deep down in his heart, he walked out of here many times with that other board, and he said to himself, I don't know why I'm staying there, because it really wasn't Tom. And what's happening now is it's a time to correct something that was a mistake. Let a man have back his dignity, his honor, and let him have his job. He did nothing wrong. He did everything right for this city. This project, how it ever got completed, was a miracle. Because most of the time we couldn't agree to what color lights to put up for Christmas. And to get this project done, like it was said, under time and all, that was an effort, and that was good. And now it's time to pay back. Because it was a sham and it was a railroad job, what happened to him, and it wasn't fair. And The city has paid that price over the years. The shame is on us, the residents, and we're asking, please take the shame away.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have two comments here from Mr. Gay.
We've got one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were pointing at me.
She was hiding behind you.
Okay, sorry.
Janet Melia, 15403 Second Street East. First off, let me say I'm very happy to hear that we're not considering rehiring Mr. Crawford. The thought kind of scared me. I do agree that people do make mistakes in their lives, but you're not looking at a man who's made only one mistake, and it's not a benign mistake, in my opinion. He was censored. He was censored for a relationship. Can happen to anybody. He was censored also for the financial gain from that relationship. That doesn't happen to everybody. He's since been censored by the State Ethics Commission, again for financial gain. To me, if he's not coming back here, that doesn't mean that we don't have the responsibility to keep him from making the same mistakes in another place. I would prefer that we do not step in something that I don't consider to be the city's business. To me, this is Mr. Crawford's business. If he wants to go after getting reinstated, we have nothing to do with it. I'd appreciate it if you would not send this letter or this resolution as the lawyer asks us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels.
I have two comments from Mr. Gay, both to not issue the letter. I don't think it behooves to read it word for word. It echoes the comments that you've heard about not sending the letter. And each of you have a copy of it, and the clerk does as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crawford, I see you're in the room. Would you like to make any statements since this is about you?
Well, thank you for taking this up. I ran this over in my head for days and days how I would approach this, and you have to go back in time. So the city recruiting for a city manager specifically stated this is what we want to see done. They wanted the Marriott done. They wanted to see that hotel on Madeira Way. We got those things done. We approached development, I thought responsibly. We held meeting after meeting after meeting, and we got the horse out of the barn, so to speak. And then once the horse was way down the road, we heard the opposition, and we couldn't exactly put the toothpaste back in the tube. And because of that, it was that group of people against development were saying, oh, the city is turning their back on us, and it was too late. I mean, it had happened. In regards to very similar to the first issue that you guys discussed, you know, I found my wife at work. I think you can pretty much do that in any level of profession except for government. We asked the city's permission. All 5 city commissioners said it was okay. The one commissioner that gave me the most trouble initially wanted to pay for the wedding. That's how sick that this actually gets. And then we can go on and on and on, but that's how it all started. In regards to the ethics violations, I rented a condo for $2,500 a month. I was financially responsible for the upkeep, and at any point it was going to be sold, I was out on my tail looking for the next house. Was it a deal? It was a deal, but it certainly came with ramifications as well. In regards to the ethics violations, I can quote the person calling me on the phone saying, Shane, for $2,500, this all goes away. Just like we discussed before, just like that letter, when you say, you don't go into a trial saying, yeah, I did it. You're defending yourself because you don't think you did anything wrong. That's exactly what I did. So again, I'm far from perfect. I don't want any of you guys to receive any guff on this from your constituents. It's not worth it. I'm not coming back to Madeira Beach. This is a great case in point. You guys have a lot to deal with here. I just don't feel after 5 perfect evaluations, 4 months before I'm asked to resign, you gave me an 18% salary increase, and then I'm told I'm unethical and I'm fired. That was tough to take for any professional, anybody that, you know, takes pride in their craft. I just would like to get back to normalcy. If the position somewhere comes up and I'm qualified, I'd like to apply for it. And I'd like to make right with ICMA. Over the last 4 years, a lot of information came up. There was meetings held just specifically to destroy Shane Crawford personally and professionally. With this information, they didn't have it, they made the wrong choice, and I think the evidence would speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you write that resolution for our next meeting?
I will.
Thank you.
You're not listening to the people.
Next is, this will be a fun one. Proposed ordinance on backyard hens in the city of Madeira Beach. Where do I start?
Mayor, just for just edification, we do have a hearing at 5:45, so we have 15 minutes, and I'm going to give the sign that we need to change things around a little bit. So.
Okay, would y'all like to take a break until 5:45? Go ahead with that special meeting, and then we'll continue this after the special meeting. Thank you. It is Wednesday, January 27th, 5:48 p.m. This special meeting of the Board of Commissioners is called to order. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Hendricks,
Here.
Vice Mayor Andrews,
Here.
Commissioner Price,
Here?
Commissioner Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Douthat,
Here.
First on the agenda is public comment. Does anyone have any public comment that does not pertain to the issue on the agenda? Is there any electronic email on this topic? No?
Yes.
I believe there is. Hang on one moment, please.
That would be read once you start that agenda item. We're on public comment at this point. So the question is, do you have public comment?
No.
On anything not pertaining to this?
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
Okay, the item on the agenda is ABP 2021-03, public hearing to consider a request by Marcus Winters on behalf of SFMB Madeira Beach LLC for an alcohol beverage license. Director Fortel.
Mayor, can I go ahead and handle this?
Yes.
To start off with? Okay.
Yes, please.
So I want to give you a little bit of background. As you know, the application came, the packet came, in the packet that you received for the agenda, in the agenda tonight, there were recommendations that were made by city staff. And the recommendations were relative to the application itself. Yesterday, I received an email from an attorney by the name of Brian Ungst, who is the attorney representing the applicant. And he had requested a number of changes to the recommendations or the conditions attached to the application. Having just received these yesterday, staff is not prepared to provide an analysis and do the research relative to the requested changes. In that regard, I reached out to the attorney, and I talked to him a couple of times today, in fact, and addressed that fact, and asked whether or not he would be willing and his client would be willing to continue the hearing until such time as the next regular meeting so that we could address and give the analysis to those requested changes, because we got them less than 24 hours ago. After some conversation back and forth and some emails, there was an agreement between he and I that this hearing would be continued until February the 10th at 6 p.m. To further complicate matters, in review of the code, the code specifically provides that these types of applications cannot be heard at special commission meetings. This is a special commission meeting. If you were to hear it tonight, there could be possible challenges because two code provisions require it to be done at regular meetings. I think that the reason why that's in the code is that there may be an appearance that is trying to avoid the public having the opportunity to speak because it's at a special meeting at a different time than a regular commission meeting. Having talked to the lawyer about that fact, in addition to the fact that he is in agreement with the continuance, he is also in agreement that it's not appropriate to have it at a special commission meeting. So in that regard, we're asking that you continue this matter to a date certain, that being February the 10th, your next regular commission meeting at 6 p.m. Giving that notice, if you do it tonight, there is no requirement to re-advertise or re-notice. In any of the emails that have come in, you'll have the opportunity to review those at that meeting as well. And any people that are here in the audience tonight that would wish to speak have knowledge of the fact that they can come back on February the 10th when the hearing will take place, because it is basically a quasi-judicial hearing. So with that being said, and I think that there are members of the applicant in the audience, they may want to come up and speak to that as well. But I don't think it's appropriate to move forward today because of those reasons, and we're asking for that continuance to that date certain.
I agree with that continuance.
Well, are we allowed to discuss any of this? So that we're not having to hash it all out at the regular meeting?
No, it is a quasi-judicial hearing, and so if you discuss any of it today without hearing evidence that is going to be provided by way of staff or the applicant, then you're going to have to rehash it all over again at the next meeting because we're going to have it all together. Okay. And so I think that you would be wasting your time to be doing that tonight. I would recommend it against that. Okay. Okay.
So 2 weeks, we'll hear this.
So, yes, I agree with moving it to February 10th at 6 p.m.
Yeah. I guess we have, yeah.
You should also allow the public an opportunity, if in fact that they want to discuss things or give you their opinion right now, they can do that so they don't have to come back. I would suggest to them, so that all their comments can be remembered when that action is going to take place on February 10th, it would be better to do it on that day. But they still have the opportunity to do it today if they wish to do that.
Okay. Having said that, is there anyone that would prefer to go ahead and make their comments tonight on this rather than coming back to the regular BOC meeting? Yes, sir. Yes. State your name and address.
Hi, my name is Michael Fournier. I live at 14146 Gulf Boulevard in the Trillium Building. I'm 3 lots north of the Caddy's property.
Okay, hang on, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you in. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
First, I'd like to share that there has been no communication with the owners in the Trillium Building, with the owners of the Caddy about any aspect of this restaurant. And so we have concerns. I think it'd be very important for the people that live in the radius of the Caddy's building. I have more concerns, but I'm saving them for next time. That there would be some public dialogue. They might set up some informational meetings to talk about issues that people and concerns people might have. And it would be good that they would try to do that before your February 10th meeting. It might eliminate a lot of concerns and anxieties. That's my comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
So there would need to be a motion to continue the hearing until February 10th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to continue the hearing for ABP 2021-3 till February 10th at 6 p.m.
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Douthat?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
With that, this meeting is closed. anyone need a break before we
Let's keep
continue with the
rolling.
workshop? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, it's January 27th, 2021, 5:57 PM. We're reconvening the Board of Commissioners workshop. I guess we just need to continue on the last item. Yep. Okay. Item C, proposed ordinance allowing backyard hens in the city of Madeira Beach.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. I do not have for you an actual ordinance because at this point, every time anybody's been in and you have discussed it, your intent to go forward, but we needed, you haven't had any staff presentation on details, and there's a few things I need to know before we actually write an ordinance to bring back to you. But we can definitely address all those issues tonight and bring a full ordinance with a planning commission recommendation already when we come back. There's just a few things I needed to understand and make sure that you had considered. Up to this point, we've had some really good input on that from the chicken folks. People who know lots about this, and I've dealt with it myself in other places before. And truthfully, most of the things can pretty easily be handled, the concerns, with good management of the activity. So we did look over to see how things are going legally around the state of Florida, and there are about 20 cities we could identify that do allow them with some kind of regulation or restriction. Most do not because it requires so much regulation and oversight. If you make the regulations consistent with citywide need, given your circumstances, sometimes it's a matter then when you adopt very complex regulations, you have to kind of think about who's going to administer that, what size staffing do we have, and that sort of thing. So the code approach to regulation of fowl in urban areas is kind of divided throughout Florida. Among the cities that do allow the chickens, many specify the number that they would allow, specific numbers, or per acreage impact, which is the type of work I did with the University of Florida. And then they did also base it on the percolation rates. It's pretty complex. And also they have specify if the chickens are allowed, if they are allowed, then are they free range or not? Do they have roosters? You already stated that you didn't want roosters. And how they would be cooped even for their own protection, but also just for not attracting other nuisance animals into the neighborhood. On the public safety concerns, they include the potential for the spread of disease related to feces, which does carry salmonella, and other concerns include the smell of a poorly maintained coop. Most of the smell doesn't come from the chickens itself, but from the droppings if they get wet, and then that also breeds disease. The rats are attracted to them, and they're attracted to their feed, to their eggs, and to the chicks. So it's very important. You had mentioned you were concerned about the safety of the chickens, the hens, and that you would want them to be in some sort of coop or fenced area to ensure that if it becomes easy to get to them, it doesn't take long for the rats to communicate that to everyone. And then the other animals follow the rats is actually how it works. So they are worried about the rats, and then the fleas and the mites that come with the rats, not the hens. Snakes, which are also attracted to the rats, not the hens. The foxes and coyotes that are attracted to the chickens, eggs, and rats, and the threat of coyotes and their threat to the chickens specifically, and also to neighboring pets if they're small and not looked out after once you get, we've had coyote problems here on the island. So, and then there's the runoff issue, which is kind of separate, because most of those other issues can be resolved with a well-maintained coop and dry food. If the rats aren't attracted to the food and they can't get to the chickens, they won't hang out, and that'll eliminate the attraction from the other animals. Coyotes hear chickens, and they'll come for them themselves, but that's a separate issue. Still, they will, if they know they can't get to the chickens, they'll eventually go away. So there are standards, there's a lot of how-to books about how to create a safe and disease-free chicken situation. We have to decide on the size of the coops and things like that, because as you've known, if you've been sitting up here a amount of time, that if you just allow something that's cooped, then you're going to be dealing with the size of the coop and the placement of the coop, on and on. So the last issue, and the one that concerns me as the floodplain manager, is the runoff, because there is disease in the fecal matter from the hens. So what I would suggest is that we, because we're not allowed to do a direct runoff into the bay, we'd have to control to make sure that the yards are not draining, that area of the yard's not draining out there without percolation. So, you know, holding the coop back with some distance between the coop and the seawall would allow percolation over the grass. And then we'd need to protect the side yards, because if it's running off onto the neighbor's yard, then they develop all those problems. Whether they realize it's happening or not, eventually their animals, cats in particular, and small dogs, do get sick from walking through the fecal matter for chickens and hens. So what I would like to suggest is that we have this carefully but simply managed chicken coop requirements. You had already mentioned you wanted to make sure that they were in shelters and appropriate placement. And then that we require a runoff plan, where is the water going, to make sure that we don't violate any state laws or endanger the neighbor's pets. Noise is not typically a big issue unless you have roosters. I mean, they will talk among themselves, particularly in the morning when they're feeding, but it's not a big issue usually.
Linda, I have a question or two, three. The first thing is, I wasn't here at the meeting when it was originally discussed.
Okay.
So I just needed to verify for myself, is this going to be throughout the city of Madeira Beach, or just businesses?
No, actually, we were going to suggest not the businesses. We don't, no, nobody permits them for commercial use unless they're in an agricultural area. That's a real serious zoning issue, really. So this would be for backyards for residential areas.
Okay, so the people that were originally asking for, I think, wanted it for the business, so that cannot happen.
No, they're not allowed to operate a animal sourcing business. Okay. They can't raise chickens or to sell.
Okay. And what about a permit? Is there a permit required for this?
Yes, it would require a permit, because we'll have to ensure that the site is aligned properly and that everything's staying calm and cool. Most of those places also have penalties. We don't have that in the fees yet. It may be, I'll have to figure out where it fits in there, come back and make some suggestions on that too.
Okay. And I had another question, you made me slip my mind as we were speaking. I'll come up with it in just a minute here. Sorry. Go ahead.
That was, the other thing that you mentioned before was the, you want to make sure that regulations were in place and they were clear, that the limitation on the number of hens, that what the coop specifications were, the odor control and permitting and the banding of the chickens, so that they'd let us know how many they had, and if they get loose, we can hold the property owner responsible. All the activity is supposed to be kept inside the premises. Some places that are out in the open further out will allow the chickens to be free range, but I don't suggest that.
Okay. I know before that there was someone in the area close by who had it in their backyard.
Yes.
A couple years ago. And they had a 6-foot fence around the backyard to keep the chickens and everything in.
Right.
Now, where I'm at, we're all on the water, and we can't do a 6-foot fence back there.
Right, they would not be able to do, past the house, you're right.
Is that something we could, keep from having it at waterfront property? Is that something we could do?
It's reasonable because there's a reasonable nexus, in order to protect water quality. That's easily defensible, I think. Yeah.
Okay. I went through and made some bullet points on things that I would like to see, and probably you guys did too, but, I'll just run down it real quick. One is the hens only.
Yep.
No more than 5. Each must be banned, registered, permitted, so that if one does get out, it's got a ban, we know whose it is. The chicken coops must meet FEMA regulations. We don't want a chicken coop,
Right.
flying in the wind somewhere. Of course, they've got to be inspected, so there's going to have to be a fee for registering them and inspection and whatnot. It's going to be, if it were me, I'd go to Publix and buy my eggs, because this is going to end up being an expensive proposition. Must be contained within the backyard. Must be secured in a coop at night. I know there are people that have them. And the hens are very good about that. They'll come out and they'll peck around for food during the day, and come sundown, they want to be in there.
Most of the predators
Right.
can come at night.
Fines for breaking the ordinance, of course. I was thinking about, if we do this, should we look at sunsetting it after a year if it's not working out, or I don't know if that's something we could do or not, or if we would have to go through and physically remove it from the books.
Yeah, the answer is you could have it in there for a set number of years, or you can just realize that it only takes 2 public hearings to revise an ordinance that's on the books. In other words, you could delete it in 2 public hearings.
Okay. I already mentioned permit required for each hen. Not allowed in condos, duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, you're out, Doug, apartments, or any rental property or business. So basically, single-family homes only, and not on the water, yes. That's all I've got.
Just clarification, if I may, the rental property prohibition, and is that non-residential rental property, or if you were renting a house and you wanted to do this, you're not allowed to do it? I don't have any feelings one way or the other. I just want to clarify it.
I think we need to do it for rental property, period. That's just my thought, because I don't know if the people that are renting are going to go to the expense of doing all this to properly take care of the hens.
That may be an issue.
Really?
Yeah, and so I would be careful with that.
Okay.
I would suggest if you're allowing it to be owner-occupied, that you would also allow it to be renter-occupied. You have the same control either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can exclude it from businesses.
Yes, and you should.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
Well, I looked up the Pinellas County ordinance on backyard chickens, and they cover just about everything we've talked about here. Of course, we have a little bit more on the water thing, but their statute's pretty good. It even says that a 10 by 10 foot, or the coop can only be 100 square feet. A building permit is required. They cannot be seen by your neighbors. Must be. Obviously, the coops are going to have to be Well, if we don't allow them, then, I mean, they have to be within the setback all the way around, and only in the backyard. So, I mean, that's a good starting point, I think. And I don't think we should say the word chicken. I think we just say hens throughout the whole thing to make it clear. But I like the 5, and we heard the rationale for the odd number. And maybe we can put something in there that 2 complaints within a specific period of time, you lose your right or something. You know, if we find that there's a lot of odor, or your complaints from your neighbors, and I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of employee time and going out and checking this stuff out. How many non-waterfront homes, single family, it's got to be less than half.
I can't imagine we're going to have over a dozen people in the entire city that are going to want to really do this, particularly with the regulations that are put on it. It's just my feeling, I don't know.
Well, then maybe this is for nothing. Because I don't feel like I want to do an ordinance. Even the Pinellas County one is a page and a half for 12 people. Or for one third of the homes
I don't know.
that apply.
You know, I don't know. But, you know, it's been requested from a residence, and I don't really have an objection to it. I think if we've got a resident that would like to do it, I've got no problem with it.
I don't either, but I'm wondering if this is something that's in the best interest of the city, is to have an ordinance that only we think a dozen people are going to even. It's fine with me. I'd love to be able to drop off a couple of empty cartons of eggs and get get Jerry to fill them up for me. But
yeah, it may be a little more popular than we think. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have expressed interest on both sides. It hasn't all been a one-sided argument on this. But I agree with the mayor. I think, you know, maybe we take a pretty good hard look at it for the first year, and I mean, we can always adjust it. I mean, I think we're all kind of going into an uncharted territory, and I don't want to count our chickens. Oops. But I think that, you know, might as well give it a shot, right? I mean, but if it becomes a problem, like I said, I've got a lot of people on the other side of it that are like, oh, well, you know, the rats are going to come and infestation, and, you know, so we don't want that either. So I think, you know, let's give it a go, and then let's see what happens, and we'll judge the progress.
You know, if people look around, there's rats all over the place. I mean, it's the beach. So they're here regardless. It has nothing to do with chickens.
No, but if you have chickens and they're not well kept, you will have more of them, and you don't want to do that.
Well, it'll draw them away from my house. So.
Linda, I need to ask you another question. I just wanted to ask another question. You're doing an ordinance to take this out of the ordinance books? Is that what you're doing?
It would it'd be an ordinance.
It would be changed.
Because we currently have.
In the ordinance.
Yes, we just don't permit them now.
Okay, all right. So it'd be something that would have to be put out there. Evidently, that's what we're doing. We're changing.
Yes, we'll be able to come in and comment, sure.
Okay, all right.
I can give you this one from Pinellas County that.
And we pulled them down.
Yeah.
Got a number of them. Everybody's on Muni Code these days, so we pulled a bunch of ordinances.
That was the one, because I read the Bel Air and the Dunedin and quite a few, but I think the Pinellas County one, to me, covered a lot of.
That's good. Well, I'll pay attention to that one in particular.
Okay. That's all I've got. Anyone else? Any public comment? Any electronic comment? Oh, okay, Steve. Thank you, Linda.
Steve Kojic, 15301 2nd Street East. I remember the last time that this came up. This isn't the first time. You people don't have enough to do. The city workers don't have enough to do. This thing is going to be a nightmare for you. It sounds all pretty and cute and all. I have a house in Oregon, and people have chickens. Chickens are dirty. They take a lot of maintenance. You got to keep things clean. We got small properties here and all. You're trusting people to be responsible. just so that a couple of kids can have a smile on their face. Go to a farm, bring your kid to a petting farm, have a great time and all. Do not even go here with this. Say, you know, we thought about it. Terrible idea for Madeira Beach. Our properties are small, you're right next to each other. Neighbors right now just about get along with each other. Now you throw chickens in the mix, clucking around and all. God, people don't even want to hear. I've had complaints with hearing kids laughing. Why are the kids laughing so loud, you know? Look at what we had to do for dog parks, you know, just because people, you know, they want things. You're just bringing in a lot of aggravation. It was a nice idea. You gave it good thought and all. And now our employees are going, are they serious? With all we got to do, now you're going to bring a chicken ordinance in that we're going to have to go. It's going to cost us more money than we'll ever recoup in fees. Please reconsider this. It'll come back in 5 years. You can think about it again. About every 5 years it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Boy, they're going to throw me out.
You're too darn big. Anyone else? Is there any email on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is discussion of maintenance on old docks. I put this on here because even before the tropical storm, I would go around in the boat and just, you know, having an easy day of it, just putting around. There are so many dilapidated docks out there where people have just, for whatever reason, they don't have a boat anymore and they've let the dock go and there's boards missing and nails missing and the docks are falling in the water. And you ride around and parts of those docks are out in the intercoastal and in the canals and being hit by boats and whatnot. In discussion with the city manager, he says, actually, we've got an ordinance on the books that will take care of this. So I think maybe what we need on this is more enforcement than doing more paperwork on it, because we've got docks that really need to be.
Yeah. We're trying to tell you, turn off the clock before it buzzes our mayor. Thank you.
So that might be a good thing. So anyhow, if we've got it on the books already and we're just not enforcing it, then maybe we need to talk to the sheriff's department and get them to do some enforcement, because these docks are all over and a lot of them just came that much more apart. I mean, if you're not using it, just take it apart and saw it up and put it out on the street. I think our guys will probably go by and pick them up. Most of them are the small 10 by 10 old docks that were put in many years ago, so they're not big.
Yeah, there's artists that would buy that stuff, and furniture makers that love that old wood. I'm serious. But anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I spoke with Frank about this after we had our agenda-setting meeting, and he's here in the audience, but just like in our code, we reference the Florida Building Code. We don't put the whole code into our ordinance. We do the same thing with what's called the International Property Maintenance Code, and we adopted that, and that adoption is also in our Code of Ordinances. So within that, it says that, that talks about the maintenance of an ancillary structure. The docks are an ancillary structure. So, if, I can get with Linda and obviously Mr. Trask and just make sure that that's sufficient for us to do our enforcement activity, and then get with the Marine unit from the Sheriff's Office and see if we can get that assigned out to them.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I guess we really don't need any discussion on that then.
And if we need to come back and tighten up the ordinance itself or write a standalone ordinance, we can, but I just wanted to let you know the outcome of where we were with it. And I had Frank here if you had any questions, but.
Okay. No, I think
I would be in favor of some sort of ordinance where people's wood is not falling into our canals for people to hit and ruin their motors.
And I think realistically, if we had a storm, you know, we would give them some period of time to get their dock taken care of. Obviously, we know that there's a handful of companies, and, you know, they're going to get busy if we have a big storm that comes through. So, but I think we're smart enough to take all that into account and deal with it fairly.
Okay. Thank you. Next is parking rate. Okay, public comment.
Robert President, 425 South Bay Shore, Madeira Beach. Forgot my name for a minute. I can vouch for the city sanitary people picking up stuff, because I pick it up all the time where I'm at. There's chunks of wood and with nails sticking in it and stuff like that, so it's pretty hazardous. But when I hear mention to have the sheriff's department marine unit take care of it, they're not even taking care of this boat that is off the end of the condos here on a regular basis. You know, what's the status of that? We're not getting support there. I don't know. You know, I thought we passed an ordinance so they couldn't be hanging out there for days at a time and stuff like that. I'm just kind of curious where we're at on that. Thank you.
If I can answer and bring everybody up to date, I think we've had conversations to brief everybody on it, but the legislature has some definitions that they fine-tuned, and we're going to have to, they took some of our authority on the liveaboards, and it's really a fine line sometimes whether a boat is a liveaboard or not. So without getting into all the detail, I'm more happy to share it with you, Bob, but there is some legal challenges that were made. So far, everybody, with the exception of one boat, and apparently when they checked that one boat out, it met the criteria that where they had changed the definitions. So apparently this individual leaves for a period of time and comes back, but everything is running on the vessel, and we haven't, when they monitored the vessel, it wasn't discharging into the water. So again, we don't have a marine unit on our own. That would obviously be the best way of doing it and putting code enforcement out there, but we are working through our lobbyists to try to get the definition to do away with that loophole so we can go back to full enforcement of our ordinance.
Okay.
Chuck Dillon, 529 Lillian. This is an ordinance I think that could be well worth as opposed to the Hen ordinance. There are many docks, and I think what would need to be done is something with teeth and give the people warnings that, okay, your dock is dilapidated, you need to do something about it, 1 or 2 warnings, and then the possibility of hiring somebody for the city to take it down because it is a hazard, and then back charging them. It's just something that I think, as I'm a boater as well, there was a piece of dock that came up on my dock on Ada, and I put it out, had to cut it up a few times, but it's something like, they're dangerous. And like you said, this is an ordinance that I think should probably have some teeth in it as well, as to whether or not the people are there, that their docks are dilapidated and they're not there. You know, who knows, but it's something that there are a lot of them within our city, and I think that would greatly improve the look of our city. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It has to do with the water quality too. So, next is E, parking rate increase. And I put this on here for a couple particular reasons. One of which is I think we may need to at least start looking at an increase on all of our parking rates. Treasure Island is at 275. Let's see, I think we had on page four.
Mm-hmm.
Indian Rocks, 250, Indian Shores, 250. St. Pete Beach, I think, is at 325. So, as much as I hate to raise parking rates, I think it's something we probably need to look at doing. In particular, I think we need to protect Kitty Stewart Park. What I'm afraid of is that park is going to become parking for the new restaurant. And that wasn't in the plan. And residents have a right to park there, and I'm afraid it's not going to be available. That's the beach that most of the people that live down 140th on all those fingers would go to use a quiet beach. And when I'm told I can walk a half mile up to the beach, I'll be given a chair. That's just not the attitude to take with this. The right of way or the ability to drive through that parking lot to go under caddies was what the agreement was. I'd like to see that remain the same. That's why I'm looking at an increased rate up to $5 an hour, whatever it takes to retain those parking spots for our residents. That's not a commercial venture there. That's residential parking for the beach. Even if we don't do it for the rest of the parking lots, that one particular lot, I think a higher rate to try to reserve those spots for residents needs to be done. That's just my feeling on it. I'd like some other comment from the commission.
I was thinking that the city's going to get paid, whether or not employees, well, of course, the employees aren't my employees, but the residents don't pay for it. But I feel like, you know, if anyone else parks there and they pay the fee, the city gets paid for that. So I don't see the sense in increasing it to $5. If you go down to John's Pass and start charging the merchants down there, when their customers come in, $5, they're not going to like it too much to park there. So why don't we just leave it as is at the $2.75 and just let it go? Because people will park there, they're going to pay, and the city will get paid for that.
There are not many lots, though, that are specifically for residents. Kitty Stewart Park has historically been used for the residents. I'm not talking about $5 an hour for all of the parking. I'm only exclusively talking about Kitty Stewart Park. That's where most of the people, probably people in this room, I know Mr. Preston probably uses that lot. I use that lot. That's walking distance to a major part of residential area. And it's not a question of whether or not we're generating the revenue from it. It's a question of having parking availability to people that are paying a whole bunch of money in property taxes every year. And one of the benefits they should be able to have, and I know they've got their parking stickers, and that's historically been great for Kitty Stewart Park, because you could go and park there and have availability and be able to park there and not have to pay, but you can't do that. I don't think you will be able to do that once the restaurant opens. Maybe I'm wrong, but
you want to increase the parking rate down there to $5?
only at Kitty Stewart Park. There are how many spots there? 11?
No, 20.
Supposed to be, I think, 17 vehicle spots when.
17? Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Commission, what we could do is just put a sign and have Kitty Stewart, resident parking only, if that would work.
Well,
I think we're being punitive to the restaurant.
I would rather have a higher rate on there and at least generate some revenue if there's no residents there and people want to pay the extra price.
Just trying to think of
Yeah.
some different ideas.
Yeah. But, I know the restaurants that is there has a facility down in Treasure Island. It's their private property. They charge $5 to park there.
Which I think would be fair for that specific lot.
Yeah, and if it's a higher price for the most part, I think the people that are not from Madeira, if they pull in just to use the beach, then they're probably not going to want to pay $5 an hour to park there. It's just my thoughts. I'm only one of 5, but I wanted to put that out there because I'd like to see that park protected for the residents of Madeira Beach.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I know where your head's at, and I don't disagree with you. I'm kind of siding with what Commissioner Hodges was saying. First off, I think $5 an hour is pretty steep regardless, and I don't think even that is going to assure us that residents are going to get specific spots or be able to do it. And maybe what we're going to talk about next might be able to alleviate some of the stuff that we're talking about too. So we'll get to that in a minute. But I really think it sets kind of an inconsistent precedent for us. Remember, the Caddies group, they're the ones that paid for this renovation to Kitty Stewart Park, and I think Bob just said it was 17 spots from, I think it was 6 before.
I believe 5 or 6.
5 or 6 before. So we've tripled. So, you know, the amount of revenue that's going to be coming in, I know it's not a revenue play for you, but the amount of revenue that's going to be coming in, and we've tripled the spots, is a huge benefit. But these guys did, an amazing job putting that together. And I think, you know, that deserves commendation, but I also think they're raising the rate in just that spot to $5 an hour. It might be perceived as we're putting them at a competitive disadvantage. For me, all the lots, whether it's John's Pass, Archibald, Kitty Stewart, it should be consistent across the board. And I think if we start overthinking what we're doing, we're going to start trying to figure out, okay, well, it costs this way, it costs this way. So my personal opinion, I'd say let's stay at $2.75. I didn't know St. Pete Beach was at $3.25, but I'd like to see maybe Treasure Island or one of our neighboring towns make a move before we do. And I'm all about the additional revenues, trust me. But I think if we work with these guys, and the thing we're going to talk about next may alleviate some of what you're talking about resident parking as well. But I would actually like to just keep everything uniform, keep it straight across the board, and I certainly don't want to see a rate revenue increase unless, you know, I'll be the first one to vote for it if it's inevitable. But I think that you know, I chastised the former board every time that we were looking for new revenues. They went to the parking well. We've got a lot of things I think that we can cut in the budget next year. We're going to be coming into budget time pretty soon. And I think that's a good way for us to raise revenue too. So that's, again, just my thoughts. I think that's a pretty excessive price though, and I think it kind of looks, it'll be perceived as we're targeting them. That's just my opinion.
Well, what I was targeting was having parking spots for residents there. And, you know, that was my thinking on it anyhow. And as I said, I'm one of 5, but that's my view on it. And if we need to just move on to the next item, and that was the discussion of the possibility.
Well, wait a minute. Can I jump in?
Sure. Well, I'm not getting off the subject. I was just going to the other part of this, but
I want to talk about the rate increase, though. And as the representative of District 1 with John's Pass Village in it, I listened to my constituents loud and clear, and I will be categorically voting against any increase at anywhere, okay? Just saying. No increase on parking from this girl today, now.
Okay.
Right? I'll never say never, but
Mr. Mayor.
that's where I am.
You have a point of clarification. Currently, we're at $2.50 an hour, not $2.75.
Right.
So,
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same.
Okay. Can I hear a 275 from anyone?
On one.
Okay. Public comment? Well, let's go over this possibility of the purchase of the lot on Palm Street. Vice Mayor Andrews?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This part, to me, is easy peasy. We've got money. I was just chatting with Andrew real quick, and we've got money. We may even have some oil spill money we can use on this. This is not, we're not spending money. This is an investment in our city. And to me, it's just straight across the board a win-win-win. I love it. We need parking. We need, look, we're just talking, we need additional spots for residents to continue to enjoy Kitty Stewart, and we certainly love revenue. So check, check, check. I think across the board we're good. My suggestion would be, this is mission critical, so the timing of this is, I'd love for us to do this and get something done and be operational by spring break. If you guys have gone down there and you've seen what they've done with the other two lots, there's a lot on Gulf Boulevard and 141st. There's obviously the Kitty Stewart lot. What they've done as far as the pavers that they have in the other lots, and I've watched them work on the drainage, I think it would be just a huge benefit for us, for them to present us with one price as a purchase for the lot and to build out the entire parking infrastructure for us. We'll worry about getting the parking meters or the parking machine or whatever the heck we're using these days. But I'd love to have a uniform look and to be plug and play for the city. Okay, so we don't have to go through and obviously we could buy it and then go through the process of bidding it out and doing all. We're not going to be open until September or October if we go that route, and we'd be missing some pretty substantial revenue. And again, we're buying a lot to make it a parking lot, not to make it a nuclear plant. Okay, so it should be a pretty simple thing. I would be happy to lend my time and go in there and negotiate this and come to you guys with a price or a proposal by the next meeting. As Commissioner Price was saying, this one sits in my district, and I have intimate knowledge of it, and frankly, I could oversee operations from my balcony with a cocktail in my hand. So, I'd be happy to take this on and negotiate costs and present something to you guys at the February BOC, if that meets the approval of you guys.
How many parking spaces do we know? I mean, I'm going to want to see how long it's going to take.
Yeah, so I initially, somebody told me initially it was like 12 to 15, but I think that was with certain requirements. The way I see it kind of playing out, I think you can have back, one on, row on one side, row on the other, pull in, pull out. I don't know, but I am not. Mr. Carnes, do you have any engineering specs on that? Marcus? Huh? 15 is probably about right? Okay. On the other side, okay. All right.
There's already a wall on the one side, so you don't have a 5-foot setback. I think you get 15 or 16.
So that would basically almost double our capacity at Kitty Stewart. So we basically go from 17 to 32.
Okay, I can support that and we could hold our rates down if we have some additional parking down there to where we know the residents, when they go down that way, they'll be able to find a place to park during the day.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to throw a wrench into a plan, but I think we need to look at all the aspects of it. I did have a conversation with Ms. Portel because it is zoned residential, and it would take a rezoning change and I believe a comp plan amendment change. But if we can have Linda come up and speak to that, I'd appreciate it. And
okay.
Just, again, I'm all for it. I just want to make sure you know everything going in.
Yes, thank you. Up until recently, we were thinking of it in terms of what the impact or requirements would be for a private entity to turn it into parking. And then it would require a land use change and a zoning change. However, it's in a district that allows the city to place public facilities there without the land use and the zoning change. So if we're talking about the city buying it, then it would not require all those processes. I'd of course run everything by the attorney before giving any official opinion on it, but I have looked through the code and it says public facilities under those districts, and then it refers to parking as a facility, so.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, real quick, at $2.50 an hour, at about 8 hours a day for 15 spaces, that's about $9,000 a month. Just to give you an idea, so.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, I mean, look, it's not gonna pay for itself in 3 weeks, we know that,
No,
right?
we just need to pay the mortgage.
But
and then-
eventually it will, and then we're gonna own a piece of property in our town, and the way real estate prices are going, it'll probably be worth something pretty, but it's gonna be a steady, I mean, this is what we've been looking for. New income, new revenue sources, and I think this one fits.
And more
the bill.
parking.
And we're not, you know, the other part of this is, if we tried to like buy a lot across the street on the beach, we're talking 4 times the amount of what we'll probably end up having to pay for this, if not more. So I think it's a perfect win-win. It's right in the right area. And I think the lot will be full. I mean, I know the amount of people that try to park in my driveway and try to park, you know, on the side of my house or in my neighbor's driveway. So there's a lot of people that will utilize those spots.
Well, I say go for it.
Okay.
I mean, assuming we
Yeah,
wanna
that's-
make Doug our point
You
person.
will pursue that, Doug, yeah, please.
We'll put it on the agenda for the February 10th meeting? Is that?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Public comment? Bill?
Bill Carnes. Wow. 11055, I feel like I got a whisper. 11055 9th Street East, Treasure Island. I know it's been a sensitive subject with a lot of the people in the parking in Kitty Stewart Park. There were 6 parking spaces, one being a handicap spot there previous. In the development agreement, the owners had to give up 5 feet of their property, and they had to do Kitty Stewart Park and make it into a parking lot. They could have done it out of asphalt for about a third of the price of what they did. The spots are 17 spots, 2 motorcycle spots, and they put in a couple extra bicycle racks because even if you notice at the Cambria now, they have bicycles under there. I think it's becoming popular. Not electric bicycles and scooters, regular bicycles where you pedal. And so the other thing they've done, and I was able to help facilitate the process, is they did purchase the convenience store. So the long-term plan, there's a lease in place right now on that convenience store. They want to eventually level it. They've offered good money for the tenant that's in there to go now. She's got 2 years on a lease and then a 5-year option at an accelerated rent. The rent's extremely high there. No one's been able to make a go of it. She was subletting it out. That gentleman fell way behind in rent, just couldn't survive. He didn't have a fresh food item inside that place. Everything was outdated, and I think he bought it that way. But eventually, that'll be additional parking. And it gives a real opportunity to the city, if you go forward with the lot on Palm Street, because it faces Palm Street. And eventually, we come and tear that convenience store down. And now, all the way around, you know, the other corner, because the north corner is the new beautiful parking lot that's put in. And I think you'd have a real gem there. There'll be plenty of spaces for the residents to park. I just think $5 rate seemed like you're discriminating from being a restaurant on the beach, which it was always going to be a restaurant on the beach, according to the development plan. It's a full-service breakfast, lunch, dinner restaurant. It's not a nightclub. And that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Dillon, 529 Lillian. Just to make facts here, That parking lot that everybody says is so beautiful, they're gonna get 11 spots in that. 11, that's it. So your other parking lot, if it's designed the same, it's gonna be 11, but that's valet parking. They got double parking stalls, so you can't do valet parking over there. Also, by raising and allowing more parking for residents or higher value, they have valet parking. So if they don't want to pay the higher price for the dollar, or for the day or hourly, they can valet. And just like down in Treasure Island, you pay high bucks to get in there, but they don't even own that property down there. So just facts. I don't know, you said 15 stalls. You can't fit 15 stalls in that property, not with public parking. You just can't fit it. And yes, they have increased to 17 parking stalls, was 5, but it was very quiet. The other thing is, it's a slippery slope. You start adding all this parking, they're gonna wanna have beach access and beach, serving, I believe. So, it's just 11 spots is what they have, and 11 valet parking spots. So, that's the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob?
Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore Drive, Madeira Beach. As far as raising the revenue on Kitty Stewart Park, I think that's something that we ought to hold off and see if it becomes a problem or not. The other thing about the parking on Palm Street is, I think it sounds really good. We know that Madeira Beach needs more parking, period, everywhere. And I don't know how many spots are going to be there, but it'd be interesting what the return on investment is and what we would look at it down the road. The other thing is on, what's the street that you live on? 141st.
141st, yes.
Why can't we have on-street parking meters on that side where the parking lot is? Is there any reason we can't have on-street parking meters?
I actually think we have put signs up along there, residential parking only, because we've got people.
I know there's some on Palm Street.
Yeah.
Going north and south, but I don't think on 141st.
Well, the signs on 141st say no parking at all. Right. So, yeah, I want those gone, quite frankly, because, I only have one driveway, so I need to park across the street from time. But yeah, but I mean, it has taken away from some of the beach parking. Yeah, I think, depending on how that parking lot would turn out looking, if you wanted to put metered parking, I mean, that.
Do meter parking on the south side there, I think that would be reasonable. You'd get a few more spots out of that. And they're gonna park there anyway, so might as well charge them.
Right.
So anyway, thank you. Oh, the other thing is, you guys ran on not using parking to support the city. And we need to look at other ways to raise revenue through encouraging businesses and stuff like that to come in, not just raising prices on parking. We need to encourage businesses so that we can get revenue from taxes and stuff like that, rather than gouging people for parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I do. I just want to make, just for information, next time you're out at Caddy's, take a look at the word caddy on the side of the building or the front. I believe the front too. If you look at all the letters there, it represents everything here in Madeira Beach, just in case you didn't know. I thought it was very interesting to see that. Yes, yes. Oh, okay, yes. That was really cool.
Okay, next is item F, changing the name of Madeira Beach Causeway Park to 9/11 Memorial Park. I brought that up because this is the 20th anniversary coming up of 9/11. And frankly, I didn't know where Causeway Park was until I finally figured out that it was where the 9/11 Memorial is. And I would just like to memorialize it a little more by calling that 9/11 Park. And the floor is open for comment. Do we have any?
Well, are we putting the tribute to the military park there as well?
Yes.
Then I think, rather than name it two different parks, we should, as I recall, there was some discussion about calling it Heroes Park or
Memorial
Heroes.
Park, I forget what we discussed exactly.
I'd rather it just be called one thing. Heroes is a
Right.
good one, and it would encompass all of it, as opposed to, but if we're going to have two separate parks with two separate signs, then I agree with John.
No,
It should be
I
called
think
the
it should be
911.
one, it should only be one, I think we need to.
I think the intention was for it to be one, and we also, with what we have to file a report with DEP every 2 years, and they're okay with changing the name of the park, but we just need to let them know what that name's going to be. So I don't know if we didn't ask the question, can we call two sections different names? But again, I don't want to take anything away from the 9/11 Memorial. It's definitely, it's very important every year, and, when we look at the loss of life and everything. So, and then when we do get the funding and get this park off, not the park, but the memorial.
We have the funding, we're doing it.
Right.
So let's not name it something and then have to rename it or confuse people. I don't know. That was just my thought. I think just one sign would maybe be good for that whole section with the tribute to the military and the 911 next to it, and just name it one.
Well, I guess it's a small thing, and it was just something I thought. I know the 9/11 committee was all in favor of that one. It was discussed a few months ago. But, it's up to you folks, really. I mean, we can leave it like it is if that's everyone's preference. Or we can change it to Memorial Park, period. Then it honors.
Or Heroes Memorial Park, or some, I don't know. I like the word heroes for some reason. I heard that dancing around earlier, and I kind of like that, because that's how I think of the 911 first responders and our military.
Yep. Is there any public comment on this?
I guess we could ask people to email in their suggestions for the name of our new park.
There you go.
Okay.
Just took my glory away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think, first of all, I'm honored that, having so much to do with the memorial, that, you would give it such a place of honor in the city. I think that would be a great idea to come up with suggestions for including the military along with the 9/11 to give it the name for the park. And I think there were some ideas that other parts of the park, one for the burning the flags, because the American Legion doesn't do it anymore. So people who have flags really don't have a proper disposal of it unless they can find one. It used to be the American Legion would have the ceremony. So I remember I think it was Knights of Columbus or somebody wanted to do a burn pit where once a month or every 3 months or so they would do a ceremony. I think anything the committee, I'm not speaking, I think the committee would be honored, whatever name we come up with, is going to be fine, with us, as long as, the memorial will always be the memorial, one of the highlights of the city of Madeira Beach. And we're down to 2 original members now. And before we go, just to let you know that it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve the city of Madeira Beach with us for all these years. And everyone should be very, very, very proud of what the city has done, because without the residents supporting it, it doesn't happen. And I love the idea. Let people come up, go to the schools, see what the kids say. Go to the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts. Let's see what the kids usually come up with some pretty good ideas with it. No, And that would be a great way to kick it off also, would have the kids involved with the ceremony of the name change.
Good idea, Steve. And Steve, thanks for all you have done for the city and for that park over there, and getting the I-beam, you told me that story, and the whole thing just getting built over there. It's been phenomenal. Thank you very much.
It's been my greatest honor, believe me.
It was, I'll tell you, I went to that ceremony this past September 11th. and So emotional. You know, it's a great place to go. And again, I'll say, anybody that hadn't been by there and doesn't know the story of everything that's there, it's one of those things you've got to do, really. Thanks.
This year is going to be better than ever with the this anniversary coming up. It should be really spectacular.
Yep.
We hope.
Thank you.
So we should move on this quickly so that we make sure we have our new sign up by September.
Well, that's what I was looking at doing, because they're going to be putting out, probably putting out brochures and whatnot on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to be prepared to do that in their literature that they're putting out for the 20th anniversary.
So maybe we could use our constant contact and say, hey, we're looking for suggestions for the name of the park, and
Yes.
see what we get from people, and maybe talk about it in 1 month at our next work.
You want to talk about it, or you want to schedule it a meeting where you can take action on it?
Schedule a meet.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
So we can do it like the March meeting. That'll give us enough time to get the word out to the residents and the school and so forth, and then, we'll pick a date certain of maybe a week before the meeting, so we can go through the suggestions, or if you want to have a committee, or however you would like to do it, we can put it together, and
Maybe we each get the list and we pick out our top 5 and see how many of us match up, or
not a bad idea.
arm wrestle? Oh, no, can't do that.
No arm wrestling. But yeah, and we can work and get that set up. We'll just, March 10th is our meeting in March, so we can get that set up on that agenda.
Right.
And maybe if we can get it in time, we can do it for the workshop, maybe even, so you can make that choice, and then we'll just put it on the agenda. Probably be a resolution, I would assume, would be the best part. And, I can get with Tom and we'll get the resolution written, whatever that name may be.
And let the principal know down
Yes.
at Deer Beach, and we'll get the suggestions from the students. Hopefully we'll get a lot of feedback on that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think that was all the public comment on this. Next is putting up a hedge across the fence line of the marina. And in my opinion, just driving by, it looks rough when you look over at the marina with the boat trailers all over the place and the boats all over the place. A lot of the marinas I've seen have got hedges or fences simply to shield the traffic going by from having to look at that. Most of them have nice hedges up. I don't care whether it's hedge or some sort of privacy fence or whatever, but I think it would add a lot to the city to kind of do that, since that's the main entrance to the city coming across there.
Mm-hmm.
Director Ahern's and Director Rao, would you like to fill us in on this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. You all have a PowerPoint presentation. This is the front page. Just to orient everybody around to it, the layout page, the blue line on that is the actual fence line. And the gate to the west, near Snug Harbor, that's the entrance to the marina. And then the gate over by the pump house, that's to the Public Works Department area. So that main fence line, give or take a little over 200 feet of fence line that we need to cover. If you look at the options and the costs, everything but the plants is a pretty good estimate. Deb Laramie has been working with some nurseries trying to get it, and she hasn't gotten the numbers back from them yet, but that is her basic estimate about that, so it should be in that neighborhood. So, go ahead.
I was going to say, I found out that there is a local wholesale nursery that people can't go to. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but
I am not. I
aware of
referred
it.
the whole plant portion of this to her.
But they sell to the nurseries. The city can open an account there to buy directly from them, so that's something we should probably keep in mind on this.
Will do. One of the challenges if we actually do live plants is I'm gonna lose 3 parking spots for trucks and trailers, which would, in that gravel along that fence line. It's only 11 feet wide there, and if we put, a couple, 3 feet, I'm just not gonna have the room for it for folks. So that's a consideration if we wanna go with a hedge. The vinyl fencing, that's your traditional white, PVC vinyl fencing. A consideration for that, actually for all of it is, assume we go through with the high and dry, there's gonna be some major goings on through to this fence line in some places, so it's a consideration, just how much money we spend doing that, based on the fact we might be digging this thing up significantly in the next couple of years. The mesh screens, kind of like your things on the backs of tennis courts, a little better than that. It's actually sized to fit, multitude of colors. You can actually, as I understand it, we can get custom-made ones with like the Madeira Beach City logo and things like that on it if we wanted to do something like that. The privacy slats, we actually put the picture of that is where the trash cans are down at the marina now, where the old boat ramp is, and we just did that to cover up all the stuff over there besides the dumpsters and all the other stuff that's in that yard back behind that fence line. Anecdotally down there, the faux ivy is the number one for just the folks down there that I showed it to. It's basically like one of the, kind of a mesh panel, a screen, except it's got kind of a fake ivy on it, almost like tinsel on a Christmas tree, except a little much sturdier than that. It's kind of got a wire. There's a couple different varieties, but again, it's really a matter of what kind of direction you really want me to go, and we can make it happen.
Yeah, do you know on that faux ivy, I don't imagine it's got a very long life. I don't know.
I mean,
I would think the weather's pretty brutal.
In this environment, I would agree with you. It's probably that would probably wear out the fastest. One of the challenges if we go live plants is that is compacted gravel. That was part of the project to do that frontage road that the Hampton Inn next door had to do for us. So it's gonna get a big auger, dig big holes. There's no irrigation there right now, so it's gonna have to be irrigated, by hand to get all those trees, keep them alive while they're going. So it's going to be a significant amount of work, initially on that.
You lost me at the, it's gonna take parking away, so. Keep that parking there for 3 boats and trailers.
We have about, if we manage it well and people listen and kind of get real nice and parallel out there in the grass, we can get about 20 truck and trailers lined up in that grass area. Frankly, I hate it. I agree with you. It's not very sightly. I wish we had a better option, but bottom line, that's the only piece of land we have to park. So on a Saturday, when it gets busy, that'll be full by 10, 11 a.m. Losing 3 spots, I mean, that's significant.
Well, now I'm talking about right up against the fence. There's not 11 feet there. There's only gravel in front of the chain link fence, and then you've got the road.
Yeah, it's 11 feet from the road to the chain link fence. So we parallel park 3 truck trailers along that fence line facing east-west.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this frontage road, is it used?
Yeah, so the purpose of it was for people to get into the Hampton Inn there at the corner, the old fish house.
Yeah.
So they turn in at our entrance and they go down that road. So it's used by the Hampton Inn people and it's used by the Save on Fish folks, it's how they get to there. And the Public Works, obviously, the county.
But they don't do a
pump station-
U-turn on 150th, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Because both of those, Hampton Inn and Save on Fish, they both have driveways, right? Or
Well, but
they'll have a
you
driveway?
can't, so if you come in east over the bridge, you come over the bridge, you have to come down to the marina entrance, turn left, then you hang another immediate left down the frontage road to get back to the hotel.
And is that gonna stay that way when the hotel is built?
That was, I would defer to Linda on that, but as I understand it, that was the,
So the hotel is
concession
not
when-
gonna have a driveway onto 150th except by all those people going into our marina area?
yeah, they'll have an exit to head back east, into St. Petersburg, but the only way they'll be able to get west is they'll have to come back out to the marina entrance and then hang a left onto 150th to go towards the beach.
That's a crime.
That was, FDOT had made those requirements, for the development.
So it looks like the reality is, from what I can see, over the long run, because of a lack of maintenance, probably the vinyl fencing is the route to go. Even though it's more money initially, you don't have the upkeep, the maintenance on it long term.
That's true. Yeah, and we've gotten 2 bids. One was about 7,900 and change, the other one was just over 8,000.
How ugly is the mesh screen if it has our logo on it? I think that would be kind of cool. Seems, I don't know.
Yeah, we could also turn it into a revenue opportunity and decorate it like a ball field and get people that, sell motors and things like that and do it like that, like the ball field fences. I mean, it'll cover up what you're looking for. It'll solve the issue.
I was gonna say,
we're
are we
completely
going to
wearing
just change
ourselves
it
out,
from
don't get me wrong, but
looking at all the boats and trailers to look at a line full of signs?
What's the sign code?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
We'll call them murals.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this?
Well, should we just say, hey, check out, do we want to talk about taking a vote on the vinyl fencing in the next meeting, or do we want to get more information? I don't like the these slats don't look so bad, actually, what you put up. But, I just know that they're not very.
I agree. It was kind of the best option.
Yeah.
In that area.
I don't think the
for us.
faux ivy is gonna last. And if we have another big wind come through here, we may lose all those leaves, or they end up in the water, and then we're polluting. And then, of course, plants out of the question because of the maintenance although that was my number one thing coming in here. But now that I know it's taken away, parking, we can't do that, So, I would like to kind of discuss vinyl fencing versus the mesh screen, if we can get them custom made and.
Yeah, you get them, you can
Maybe
kind of
entrance
order.
here, I don't know, I don't know, maybe be helpful to people.
I'll do some research into that and then see if that's cost prohibitive to have them custom screened.
Yeah.
Well,
just the one near the entrance so that people know where they're,
Okay.
The rest of it can be, that blue color isn't that bad, really, for a marina. The one in the picture in front of the house.
well, we can also do that on the vinyl fencing. My concern about that,
Mesh?
mesh is, again, how's it going to hold up? Can you check on longevity on it?
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sure it's got a
Yes.
they make it in different
life
thicknesses,
expectancy.
and it's supposed to be, and it's designed for this, so it basically gives them the wind, but they have several different thicknesses that you could order, but I could certainly check on that.
Is there a way that we can bring in samples to the meeting too, and that way,
Everything I found was online, so
okay.
I will certainly
The
look
answer's
around.
no.
At this point, I don't know of a local source. We didn't find anything
Yeah.
in our
Okay.
prep for this, but,
And maybe get some more quotes on the vinyl fencing too.
okay.
I
Yeah,
think that sounds
I think so.
a little steep to me. But,
Will do. Okay, thank you.
anyone else? up here?
No, but I think it's a great idea to beautify the front of that,
I think
absolutely.
we need to. And even if we do go with the vinyl, maybe we don't want to go with a stark white, maybe we want to go with, you know, they've got wood tones and everything.
Tan color or
right,
whatever, yeah.
to kind of tone it down, so, okay, thank you, sir.
Charge for parking up in the front.
There you go.
Well, we do. I mean, that's where you pay. That's where you go if you came and paid for day use. So you are paying for parking.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Preston.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bayshore Drive, Madeira Beach. Yeah, I would, you know, we have enough stark-looking stuff around this town. It doesn't look inviting and it doesn't look pleasant. I still think about St. Pete. You go down St. Pete, or St. Petersburg over here, and you see these murals, you see things, and it just makes you want to be there. It gives you life. It gives you vision. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff there. So if we could get something that looked inviting, pleasant to have in that fence style. I know, I just don't like just a stark fence. I really don't. But the other thing is, I would not put a fence up that blocks any view until all the cameras are up in that area to prevent theft, or to find out who's stealing anyway at that point in time. What's the status on the cameras for that area and the marina and the boats and all that stuff? Has any of that been done?
Yes, we had the RFP ready. We had to make modifications to the legal side of it, and Brian's offered to take that over for me to handle it since we've been doing a lot of other things, so.
Yeah, so I would say no fence until we get the cameras so that we can, you're not going to stop the thieves, but maybe you can identify them. Thank you.
Good point.
Anyone else? Next, item H is coordination of traffic lights on Gulf Boulevard from north to Tom Stewart Causeway. Commissioner Price.
Yeah, I received an email from a citizen who was concerned about the increased traffic congestion as she traveled north to south, saying it could be a worst-case scenario if all the lights at 153rd, Madeira Way, and Gulf Boulevard are red. And I spoke with our city manager about it after I put it on the agenda, and we had a discussion, and he did a little research.
Yes.
And why don't you let me and...
Sounds good. I also spoke with our Public Works Director, Jamie Aaron, and, you know, he checked with FDOT, and that stretch of, well, most of the state roadways are focused on pedestrian safety. You know, and it's particularly along Gulf Boulevard with all of the crosswalks and so forth. So the timing of the light is geared to make sure that the pedestrians can get across the crosswalks and traverse the highway safely. So with that in mind, we probably wouldn't get anywhere. I wanted to time it myself, and almost every day I go out 153rd and maybe sometimes even several times a day, and I just started timing, you know, because I usually get hit at the light at 153rd, and then usually if you get stopped at the light at 153rd, you get stopped at the light at Madeira Way. Although yesterday I didn't get hit with the light at Madeira Way for some reason, but usually there's pedestrian traffic that's going across to Archibald Park and across the way to the CVS. So anyhow, make a long story short, the worst case scenario I had was 3.5 minutes, is how long it took me to get through. And realistically, you know, I know everybody's in a hurry to get somewhere, but 3.5 minutes to make sure that our pedestrians are safe is really not too much to ask. And that was on the high side. You know, worked a lot less if you didn't have a lot of pedestrians that were crossing. So at this point, it's something we'll monitor continuously and obviously on a daily event with me. But I'll just, my suggestion is we don't take any action right at this point.
I myself, after getting the email, started being more, I started using that to get in and out of Winn-Dixie instead of turning by the Hippie, which I usually did. I actually got a green all the way through one time, but usually stopped at 153rd, and it was a variety. I didn't think it was that onerous, even when I was stopped at all three. It wasn't that bad. I'm going straight through, so I don't know. I don't know if it, because of that wild card Madeira Way pedestrian light in the center. Basically, we cannot coordinate those like downtown Tampa or something. So I'm sorry, citizens. We looked into it.
Well, it's purposely made to slow down the traffic so, the pedestrians are safer.
Yeah.
Public comment?
Hate coming up here, but Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore. I'm not worried about those lights. So this weekend on Saturday, traveling south on Gulf Boulevard, turning onto 140th, I had to wait for 4 light changes to turn left because it never had a green light. So the only time a person, the traffic backed up into the second lane that wanted to turn left onto 140th. And the only way that somebody turned left is they got in the middle of the intersection and the light turned red, so they went ahead and went to 140th. I stopped going that way. I turned down Doug Street.
Is that because the left arrow was out when you?
No, it was just always yellow. It used to have a green, often have green, and now it's working. But on the weekend, it was yellow all the time. And have you run into that? And the traffic is backed up to where Caddy's is on the main road because people can't turn left onto 140th. So there's something wrong with that. I don't know, John. You live on area. Maybe you run into it too.
I haven't run into that specifically, but I do know that turn arrow will stay red to where you can't turn when there's nobody coming, and then finally it'll turn yellow and you can go on through it.
There was, you have the traffic on the weekend, so there's no way. And Nancy, you said you ran into that as well. So it just, only one car at a time.
We need to get the light
change.
So we'll contact FDOT and get the light checked.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is update on purchasing procedures manual. Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you. So the current purchasing procedures manual that the city has is from 2007. And upon reviewing the manual, there are certain elements that were outdated. Number one, just the nature and the manual is quite comprehensive, so it explains all facets of the purchasing policy, the purchasing process, from undergoing competitive procedures to completing a purchase requisition to gain pre-approval authority, and then to ultimately process invoices for payment. But some of the descriptions are now not accurate and reflective of what current practice is, because we've recently taken the initiative to move to a more paperless environment and utilize dashboard and workflow technology to initiate purchase requisitions and gain approvals electronically via workflow. So I felt that those revisions were necessary. Furthermore, I felt that there was needed clarification on in what instances would a certain purchase be mandated to go through competitive competitive selection procedures versus check requests for some of those items that may warrant exclusion, like legal advertisements, postage, utilities, those sorts of things. So I provided greater clarification in my proposed revisions to the policy. And then lastly, the purchasing threshold limits have been around for a while at the city, and I feel those are a little outdated too. And the limits as they currently are presented, I believe, present some unnecessary administrative burdens to department heads. The $1,000 limit, for example, so anything over $1,000, they have to go undertake the efforts to get 3 quotes for what I would consider a minor, let's say $1,600 purchase to go fix something, and they got to go scramble to get 3 quotes. So I propose in the manual to increase the thresholds from 1,000 to 5,000 for those non-competitive purchases, and then from 5,000 to 30,000 for the 3 competitive quotes, and then anything over 30,000 would require to go through formal written sealed bids. So those are the highlights of the changes that I proposed in the policy. If you all are accepting of those, and I could also confer with our city attorney, but my proposed next steps would be to put that in a resolution so that it's formalized, the new 2021 update to the policy. Furthermore, the city's Code of Ordinances does have a particular ordinance covering purchasing contracts, most of which is, the language is fine as presented, but there are some minor elements that would conflict with this revised policy, at which point we would then present to you with an updated ordinance that makes certain corrections to the original language in the ordinance to align with the changes in the policy. So if you're comfortable with the revisions I've made in the new policy, then those would be the next steps. But if you have any questions or concerns, happy to address them.
I have a concern on going from 5,000 to 30,000, and that is that up to 15, the city manager can approve without coming to the commission. And I feel like 30,000 is just too high to go. I think we need to continue to come to the commission on purchases over $15,000.
Do you also want to mandate a formal sealed bid, or would you be okay with 3 quotations up to 30,000, but anything over 15,000 must come to the commission?
I didn't follow that.
I think we need to go out for bid over that.
Over 15? Okay.
I'm, yes, sir, Jay? Jump in.
Yeah.
Just speaking, and obviously staff's going to do either way, but speaking from a timeline standpoint, the RFP process from the 15 to the 30,000, that gap there really elongates some of these projects. So we're still going to do our, I mean, if it were to change, we would still do our due diligence to get the 3 bids, but the RFP process is very limiting, very specific, very, takes out a lot of the negotiation portion of that aspect. And for something this small, I mean, obviously if we're, you know, doing lights or if we're doing construction, all that other stuff, we're going to put out the technical bids, but something smaller that we want to be able to get done quick, that RFP process really makes it more difficult. I mean, we'll do either way, but I just kind of speaking on experience with some of these.
So should
Maybe
we?
raise it to 20 or something. I agree, that was alarming to me to see the city manager can spend now $30,000 without saying anything to us or having us approve it. I didn't, you know, and then this part about emergency purchases, they can tell us after the fact and stuff like that. 30,000 seems like a lot of money to me.
Yeah. Could we keep it at 15 and go over 15 with commission approval without doing an RFP on it, just approve the purchase over that? Can we do it that way for up to X
Well,
amount?
raise to 20. I'd say raise it to 20 at least. We gotta get, I mean, it's 2007 to 2021.
So
I think we need to give them a little,
there's two pieces that's time consuming. One is going through an RFP process, right? Then you have to allow the respondents to respond. It's easier to more informally get quotations. We could certainly get, if it was a quotations from 5 to 30, we could get the 3 quotations, go with the lowest cost, or based on the results of the quotations, department head wants to move forward with a particular vendor. At that time, they could ask for a contract and say, well, this contract is over $15,000, so we do have to take it for pre-approval by the commission, and then we could present you all before they move forward with the work. And then,
you know, that's the problem. It takes so long, I think is what part of Jay's.
well, there's
once a month.
the second time-consuming element, which is actually going through an RFP process. And so that then, you know, is advertisement, sealed bid, get responses, you know, maybe you have a pre-bid meeting, then you go and, you know, review all the bids. I mean, that's probably the bulk of the time commitment. I'm sure we could get something on a regular meeting agenda, if it was just the 3 bids, the 3 written quotations more quickly. So if your concern is, you know, if it's something between 15 and 30, you still want to be able to see that and approve it in a regular meeting, I think we could certainly do that. If you're okay then with moving that RFP, necessary RFP threshold up to what I propose was 30.
So, excuse me, I've got a little experience in this from having worked here, so I am all in favor. I think the lower limits have always kind of befuddled me because it just kind of throws a monkey wrench in trying to get things done. On the upper side, he's 1,000% correct. I mean, the idea of having to go to an RFP every time you get over $15,000, I mean, we are basically throwing ourselves in the big group of big government, and we're just getting involved in way too much stuff. It all depends on our collective confidence in the people that we have working for us. That's where this all lies. I mean, you know, we really, while we should be watching the budget and while we should be watching the dollars that are spent, we do have to kind of let these guys go and get their projects done and kind of move forward. So, you know, me personally, I think RFPs are great, and I think that over $30,000, I think they probably should be necessary, or 50, or whatever you guys think the number should be. I think a lot of the stuff that we get put in front of us, I mean, I think we roll our eyes half the time and like, all right, why are you bringing this to us? I mean, you already have it in your budget. You went through the processes that you need. Go ahead and go buy it. I mean, we're basically knocking the process back 30, 60, 90 days just because it's got to get in front of us for us to rubber stamp it. So, and also this was written, 2007, I think is So, I mean, yeah, I'll tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than having to buy something that costs $1,200 and having to just absolutely dog walk it through the process when you could have gotten it done in 20 minutes and gone to Home Depot and just gotten the thing done. So I'm all for the changes that you're talking about, as long as we can keep some type of monitoring over it, and it comes to us in some form that anything that you guys deem that we need to look at, we look at. But you guys have your budgets. I mean, we're relying on you to execute within your budgets. Now, if you're coming from me for more money, totally different story. Okay, totally different story. That's, you know, that needs to come to us. But if you're working within your budget, I mean, to me, $30,000 doesn't seem a lot. You've already budgeted for it. You've already gotten your 3 bids. And if you're comfortable with it, to me, it's good. To me, it's good. But then again, I've gone through the heartache of this. It's just, oh, good.
Yeah, well, if
You've convinced me.
Yeah, if it's in the budget, we've already talked about it, but I just don't want something coming up. I just don't want to have a $30,000 bill on something we haven't discussed. To me, that's a lot of money. Now, I got no problem. Is there a threshold, Clara, on where we have to put out an RFP?
Your microphone.
Can't hear you. I know there's in Florida statute, and I think in our code, to change it, we would have to do an ordinance. I'd have to look at it, because I don't work in it as much as other departments.
Okay, that's one of my concerns. The other is I just, you know, on large ticket items, I want us to at least be made aware of it, even if it's not on an RFP, so that we can keep a handle on what's going on in the city.
But we've done that in the budget.
Yeah.
We've told them they can go ahead and.
Right, exactly.
I think the main, if I may, I think the main concern might be just to make sure that we're following a process, you know, so we're getting the best dollar that we can. A lot of times, though, we'll run into sole source situations,
Right.
you know, and items like that. So, you know, I think having a little bit more leeway on that, but, you know, if you wanted to change the 15 to 20, and then the question on where are we, you know, with the law. I know in other jurisdictions that I've worked in, that's been on a higher side than where we are here. So my assumption is we were following the law correctly at the time, but we can check the state law and make sure that there's no prohibitions.
Yeah, let me just jump in. You have complete control over this. When it deals with constructing public projects, there is a state statute that talks about that. And there are guidelines and floors as to dollar amounts when it deals with state, city facilities being built. Those numbers are so high, it's like $250,000 or $300,000 before you get to that. So these types of things are in complete you're in complete control as to the number, and there is nothing that prohibits you to move it up to the numbers that you're being asked to move it up to. And I will tell you, for example, Dunedin's, the city of Dunedin, the city manager has $50,000 worth of, you know, capabilities of purchases. So that's the highest I know of in the area. There may be St. Pete and Clearwater may have bigger numbers, but I know Madeira Beach is small, and you want a little bit more control. But you have that ability to make that call.
Okay.
And I think with some of the things that Andrew's been doing, there's more transparency there in the numbers and, you know, getting that information out to you. And believe me, if you see something and, you know, call me and say, hey, I got a question about X, Y, and Z, and, you know, I'll pull it out and reassure you that things were followed appropriately.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trask. That opened my eyes some on what the program is normally and what we've been doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we do need to raise those ceilings.
So we'll bring that to the
Do you want
meeting
to
agenda.
tell Andrew to go ahead and propose it at our next meeting as he wrote it, or do we still want to lower that 30,000? I want to keep it higher than 15. I know that.
If you're concerned,
as long as they're, I was going to say, as long as they're budgeted items, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If we've already discussed them basically during that process.
I can certainly stipulate a dollar amount by which it goes to the board for final approval, which is then independent of the RFP process, right? Whether we get 3 bids or we go through an RFP, if it's over a certain dollar amount, then the proposal, the agreement, the proposed contract goes to you. And if you want to set a threshold on that, I incorporate that in this procedures manual. And if you want that to be 15 or 20 or 30, you all let me know, and I'll make sure it's clearly defined. It's always been kind of synonymous with what that, you know, written bid amount has been, which was 15, now it's 30. But if you're,
I don't want to hold up the process and add another level. I mean, we only meet once a month, and if we've ordered and have to wait, somebody has to wait till we say, okay, you can have your $32,000 for something that's already budgeted. I don't want to do that. So
we'll go with,
I think go with how it's written.
30?
We'll go with 30, okay?
30?
Yeah.
And if there is something that I have some angst about it, you know, before approving it, yeah, hopefully I'll have the flexibility of still bringing it to you and just say, hey, this is what kind of concerned me. I just wanted to make sure I had your blessings. And,
Okay, good. All right. Any public comment on this? Okay. Next is item J, Fund and Department Financial Summary. Mr. Laughlin, will you go ahead with your presentation on that, please?
Sure. So, Section 5.5, City Treasurer section of the City Charter stipulates that your Director of Finance will list all of the duties of the Director of Finance, and one of which was the need to issue monthly financial reports to the Board of Commissioners. So historically, how that's been done was through a static report that was generated and contained financial information on the date that it was run. What I've endeavored to accomplish is to try to provide you with a more dynamic, real-time reporting tool that helps promote greater transparency into the city's finances and also allow you all to be able to see information and drill down by fund, by department, for revenues and expenditures at any time. So I want to just spend a little bit of time doing is just giving you a brief overview of how to do it, and then on a go-forward basis, I want to just be able to solve the quandary around producing monthly financial reports. And I want to get your feedback on, okay, now that we have this reporting tool at our disposal, does that qualify for providing you with ongoing financial information? And then in future regular meetings, is there any additional information or perhaps other discussion items you would want me to bring up at future regular meetings? So first thing, we'll just kind of go through. I gave a printout of kind of how to navigate and find the information. So real quick, just on the first page, from the City of Madeira Beach website, you can click on Finance Department, and then from there, there's a...
This is the additional thing you gave us, not page 55, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an additional handout that I provided at the onset of the meeting.
I was confused too. I was looking at page 55 and, okay, all right.
Sorry, I thought I was going to present on the overhead and we could kind of do a live demo, but they didn't seem to have that technology capability, so we're going the paper route. So this is how you can access it. You can go on the city's website, click Finance, click on this View Fund and Department Summary created by a Clarion icon, or you can just go straight to madeirabeachfl.aclarion.com, and now you're there. So then at the bottom, this is the top of it. So your navigation buttons are at the top left between Overview, Inflows, and Outflows. So Overview just provides a comparison of inflows and outflows for any fund that you select. Inflows gives you all the inflows, which are revenues and other financing sources like transfers in, and that provides that by fund. That we don't provide that by department because we don't track revenues by department, we track revenues by fund. For example, ad valorem property taxes aren't applicable to a particular fund. They serve the entire, they fund the entire general fund. Outflows, on the other hand, those you can trace all the way down to the department and even the division. So the outflows will present all outflows, both expenditures and other financing uses, which are debt service payments and other financing, or excuse me, transfers out, both by fund and department division. And then we can provide you that information for the current year budget, current year actual to date, which again is refreshed nightly, automated pulling data from our general ledger system into this site, as well as prior budget, prior actual. So then just some examples, like if you wanted to know, okay, where we at in the general fund? So on page 2, we're looking very good. So we have our total inflows, general fund right now, year to date, which is October 1 to the date you're looking at it, is almost 4.6 million, outflows is about 2.2 million. This is accurate, I pulled this today.
Okay, oh, good, thank you.
Don't get too excited because a lot of it's due to timing of property tax receipts, right? So the bulk of our ad valorem, which is our largest revenue source, occurs in the November-December timeframe, especially as folks want to pay by 11/30 to get the discount. On the next page, so then if you click off outflow overview and you want to click on inflows, this gives you the entire, and you can just click on any fund that you want. You can building fund, gas tax fund, general fund, sanitation fund. There's a drop down. You can pick your fund, and then I picked general fund because it's got the most info, and it'll just give you this nice pie chart. You can hover over the pie chart and get the amounts. It's also presented for you in a table. This is the actual year-to-date. You can also pull it for current year budget, prior year actual, so you can see some history as well. And you can see, obviously, far and away, number one is ad valorem taxes. And I've sorted it based on size. So right now, 66.3% of our revenues are ad valorem. Number two is Village Boulevard parking. I think that can obviously change over time as we collect more at different times in the year, but that's how it looks right now. Third then is just on, also within inflows, there's a second tab. One is just inflows by source, taxes, parking, that sort of thing. The next one we can do a current budget versus actual. So I've clicked on general fund. It also provides information about each fund, each department when you click on it. So that's the information there at the top of page, what am I on, page 4. And this just shows budget to actual, both prior year, showing, actual prior year was a little higher than budget for all of our inflows, and then current year where we stand. So budget's a lot higher, 10 million is budgeting, and our current year actual is only 4.4 million. But we're only, how many, three and a half, 4 months into the year, or 4.5 months. So I then included a graph to the right, which I annualized that figure, which then shows annualized we're at 14 million instead of 10. Again, take that with a grain of salt because we don't receive property tax payments uniformly throughout the year. So it's a bit of a false narrative, but generally for when you do it for departments that spend evenly throughout the year, it's a decent indicator. So then that takes me to outflows, which is our last one. So current, I just remember, if you see at the top there, you have current year budget, current year actual to date, prior year budget, prior year actual. You can toggle to any which one you want. I just picked finance department here, so my department shows what we've spent, and I picked on current year actual to date, so this shows all of our current expenditures in each of these types, and then it provides the table below that, so you can, hey, what's the finance department incurred in salaries year to date? I want to know. Boom, you've got it in a matter of seconds. And then the final page, again, is another just budget to actual comparison. So the one on the left, again, same premise. What's the prior year budget and prior actual? I pulled this for parking enforcement. This shows the budget last year was $404,000. And again, if you hover your mouse over any of these bars, it populates the amount. So shows prior year and then current year, which you can see current year actual is much lower than current year budget. Well, we're only 4 months and change into the year, or almost 4 months in the year. So then when you go and annualize that, we're still, parking enforcement still looking good, budget higher than annualized actual to-date expenditures for that particular division, parking enforcement that you chose. So have fun with it. That's the general summary. So I kind of want to get your feedback. If there's anything that you want to see in addition to this, it's all customizable for you all. I built this. I'm happy to add, take away, edit anything you want. And then my thought was, on a going forward basis, since you have this, I wouldn't be presenting any formal financial reports, since you already have the information available. Perhaps I can come to future regular meetings and do a finance update with just some general highlights, or maybe if there's some significant variances that I notice, I can just share with you all. That was kind of my thought, but not to inundate you with more financial reports, since you have this already at your disposal. But happy to address questions or take any feedback you have.
I'm going to have to play with this a little bit, but I bet you Commissioner Andrews is really happy. I do like the really up-to-date actual versus budgeted. And then, because I think that's a great planning tool, as you've beaten into our heads. I've realized it so much now. So I have to play with it before I have any other questions or anything, but I like your idea of just coming, or just presenting.
Just some highlights.
Every other month or something, or quarterly.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should just get these thrown in our box early in the week before, so we can go over it in case anybody has any questions that we want to bring up. Otherwise, we can just breeze right through it at the meeting. I mean, do you think that's...
This is just a teeny tiny sample of what, I mean, we're going to have to tell them what to put in our box.
Well, the overall, yeah. I wouldn't want
maybe just
every department,
yeah.
Just a generalization, really. But that's all I would want to see, but... Or have the city manager just get with us if there's something that's getting way out of line, that we're having a particular department that we may be having a problem with that we need to address. Looks good.
It does.
Is there any public comment on this? Being as there's no public left, I guess not. There's Bob back. Any public comment on this, Bob? No. Okay. Good
Don't
answer.
encourage him.
Good answer.
On a roll.
We are on a roll. Let me see here. Next is the draft Gulf Beaches Library interlocal agreement. We went over that, and Mr. Trask has done a first draft. Mr. Trask, will you take us up to date on this issue?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So what I did was I took the existing interlocal agreement, cleaned it up a little bit, and added some provisions to it. Specifically, the things that I should bring to your attention is the term. The prior agreement did not have a term. This one has a term running for 5 years, as had been discussed. That's in section number 2. It shows a beginning date and an end date for that 5-year period. As for implementation, under section 3, I modified that drastically to reflect that the library would create a proposed budget. They would provide it to you by April the 1st, so that you would be able to have it for your budgeting purposes. They would provide you also with proposed proportional share based upon the data that we've always used, and that is based upon the population of the cities. Once you've received that, the library would prepare, and you approved it, the library would prepare an annual service agreement. So you'd get 5 of them over the 5-year term. That annual service agreement would come to the commission for, again, second level review and consideration whether or not you're interested in entering into the service agreement for that year. And then you would decide whether you're going to accept it or reject it. You'll note that there would be payments by way of quarterly payments, and they're the same as they were before, October 1, January 1, April 1, and July 1. I modified the termination agreement, the termination provision just a little bit to address the fact that you have the ability to pull out during the term of the agreement. Section 5 is all new.
Right.
I tried to address controlling Gulf Beach Public Library, Inc., which you don't have any ability to do. That's a private corporation. And so the way I drafted it was to reflect that the 5 participants in this agreement, the 5 cities and towns, that they would work together to address these issues that are listed. So the first one would be to reduce the number of the Board of Trustees down to 5 voting members. The 5 members would consist of 1 member from each municipality, and it would be a preference that the member be an elected official, but it's not a given. So the city can decide on its own whether they wanted an elected official to be part of that 5 voting members. There would be 2 non-voting members. You remember in the past there were 4. The non-voting members would be the library director and the Friends of the Gulf Beaches Library. There was also a discussion about making sure that the library building was not expanded, so I've included that. And then I kind of laid out all the money that they've got in the bank and the particular accounts and where they are, and added the language that the mayors had suggested relative to upgrading the library's technology and modernizing the interior of the library building. The 5th item was that they lowered the reserves down to $100,000, and obviously with $900,000 or so in the bank, you know, there's going to be some time before it actually gets to that. So it's going to be used to pay down or to clean up or buy out the collection there. So, but the 5 voting members would work to lower that reserve down to $100,000 as what was discussed. And then I also added in a provision that the articles of incorporation and the bylaws of the library would be revised to reflect those changes that are being suggested in that section number 5. Section 6 is new also. It basically provides that if that corporation dissolves, then the municipalities that are involved, the voting members, would agree that the value of the remaining or residual assets of the library would be returned to the municipalities in proportion to the proportional share contributed in the year in which the dissolution occurs. So if, for example, there's only 4 cities that are involved because one is pulled out, the 4 in that year would get a proportionate share as to what they paid in. Now, I know that first of all, I'd sent out this draft to the city manager and to the mayor for comment, and I've gotten comments from both. And I know that one of the issues that the mayor wanted to address, he provided a couple of them, but one of them is to make sure that I included in this particular section a pro rata portion to the Pinellas County Public Library Co-op too. So I need to get that in here. This draft was done before I got the comments. I have provided this draft as it is written right now. Oh, by the way, there's going to be another provision in it besides whatever you give me direction to tonight, is that I need to specifically mention that the prior or existing agreement will become null and void when this agreement is approved. So I wanted to make sure that I addressed that tonight. But I did provide it to my partner, Jay Daigneault, to review, because you remember that Jay is the town attorney for the town of Redington Beach, which is one of your partners here. He did review it. He did review the information provided by his city, and he is in agreement that this agreement covers the issues that have been discussed amongst the mayors. I also provided it to Mr. Denhart, Attorney Denhart. He's the town attorney for the town of Redington Shores. and have not gotten any comments back yet. I also provided it to Attorney Jennifer Cowan, who is the attorney for Treasure Island. I have not gotten any comments back from her yet, so I'm going to reach back out to those two lawyers for their comments before we go actually and finish the draft. One of the questions or one of the comments that I got from the mayor and for the city manager was, why don't we make this agreement effective immediately and have the term start immediately? And I'm going to just give you my thoughts on that. You have an existing agreement. You already have established what the budget is going to be. You've already agreed to pay the particular amount in quarterly payments. And so what I was afraid to do is to insert this agreement right in the middle of the year and then have some recalculation done, and we're back to the discussion at the table as to what should be paid and what should not be paid. I was just trying to get through this year and then start anew as of October 1. But again, I'll take any direction that you want on that. The mayor also had some comments relative to the termination. I think that the way that it's drafted, I've covered the comments that the mayor had. I have not talked to him individually since I've got the email from him, but I believe, and I will follow up on a personal basis, but I believe that the comments that the mayor had relative to termination are already addressed in the agreement. So those are the three things that the mayor talked about in his emails to me after getting the draft: the term, the termination, and dissolution. So I think I've covered all of those. So I'm here to take any additional comments you have. I understand that this is draft, I understand that this is a workshop, and I understand that the other attorneys have not given any input yet, but I'm willing, I need to get your input as to whether this agreement covers what you want it to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. I do know, it was my understanding that the other cities involved did want to implement this as soon as possible. And that is why we brought up going ahead and putting it in place now, or when it passes, and then do the renewal from the beginning of the budget year. That was the thought on that, and that was kind of, as I understood it, the agreement amongst the 5 cities involved. Is that correct? Is that what you got, Mr. Daniels?
Yes, and maybe there's some way we can deal with, I think primarily it was the non-economic issues that are in the agreement. I think we all accept the assessment the way that it is for this fiscal year, but I think we wanted to see that the other changes got implemented as soon as possible in reference to the makeup of the board. I'm trying to think of, all 5 of them, I'm sorry.
So I can address that. So you can sign this immediately. It becomes effective immediately. And so you can start working on all these things in the agreement, but the money aspect of it and the term of it doesn't start until October 1. So
I think that was the intent.
Yeah.
Okay, because we wanted the ability to be able to, for them to do their budget process, but also for us to see what that budget was early enough so that if anyone had changes in that budget that they wanted to give to their representative to go back to talk to the rest of the library board about, we had that option to do that.
And that's what this agreement says. So
okay.
You sign it, let's just say you sign this in March. They have an obligation to provide you with that budget by April 1st, their
okay.
budget, for the next fiscal year starting October 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
And I can tell you, I did attend my first Board of Trustees meeting on Monday, and Director Vince, I guess, Gadry, is on board and prepared for that April 1st deadline, by the way. He knows about it. The only thing that seemed to cause some concern was, if you look on page 58, the very bottom, Section 5, number 4, says the certificates of deposits, blah, 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 should be used to immediately upgrade the library's technology and modernize the interior. This has been interpreted by the board to mean that they got to spend this money now before October 1st. And I suggest we take out the word immediately and give the board a period of time, because I could see, like, for instance, they're going to redo the bathrooms in the library. They're going to use the money to put a new air conditioner in and an air filtration system, which apparently is needed. There's an errant leak in the roof that is apparently difficult to find, that they're going to hire somebody. And it seemed like they were just rushing.
Okay.
And myself and the gentleman from North Reddington Beach, God bless him, said, no, let's not we're not spending money to spend money.
No, and I don't think that was the intent.
I'd like to see something that gives us some time to spend that money on thoughtful things, and also not necessarily leave it to the interior. I think the exterior could use a little help in some areas too. That was my sense. I would like to go back, and I'm supposed to go back and report. We're having another meeting in 2 weeks because of all the changes and whatnot. And they wanted to know our position on a lot of this, and so I was really happy to see this here tonight. But it's given everybody heartburn about immediately upgrading, and I don't think good decisions are being made because of that pressure. Because they're like, if we don't spend it, we got to give it back. And I'm like, no, that really wasn't the intent, to force them to give us money back. Our intent was, hey, let's use the money that you're collecting to upgrade the building as it becomes necessary. So I think I don't know if we want to just take out the word immediately or put in a clause in there that says you've got 2 years to get it down to $100,000. I hate to spend $900,000 just to do it.
Well, my thought is a couple of things. One, I've got no problem with immediately being stricken. I don't want them to spend $900,000 just because they've got it.
Right, and that's the sense.
I want to see, first, I want the library brought into the 21st century.
Mm-hmm.
If that means new computer stations, if that means a coffee shop, whatever that means. Now, the building outside, structurally, that building's almost iconic in Madeira Beach. I would hate to see them changing the building other than if it needs
it wouldn't be
coat of
major,
paint or
but
pressure washing or something.
Yeah.
But once the library is brought into the 21st century, by the way, St. Petersburg Beach Library is opening probably in the next 2 to 4 weeks. I've already got an appointment with Al Johnson, the mayor down there, to go through that library, and would be glad to set it up for you to go also.
I would love to go through.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
And see what we can do to modernize it and make it the best little library around. But I don't want them to spend money just because they have it to draw it down to $100,000. What I would like to see them do is to reduce the amount that they're charging the cities, to gradually throttle that back to where there's $100,000. They don't need those reserves. The cities are their reserves. So if we can reduce our rates that we're paying the library, then if an emergency comes up and they need some additional funding because the sky fell or something, then they can come to the group of cities and say, hey, we had this happen. But to just continue to build a war chest is what I had a problem with nothing going on with the money other than stuffing it in CDs and whatnot.
Okay. And they are letting the CDs non-renew, which was brought up in the meeting, and they're putting it in the building fund to to use towards modernizing and doing the technology. It just takes, it's gonna take them some time.
Right, yeah, I realize that, and I don't think anybody has the intent for them to go out and spend all the money between now and October. That wasn't the intent at all. Right. We want the library modernized, and we want to be able to trim back what all the cities are paying. Maybe some of these things, coffee shop, whatnot, whatever, will be, you know, revenue generating things for the library to do, to make it a kind of a gathering place.
So it's not they. Once this goes into effect, it's going to be the 5 of you.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So you're going to control that $930,000 or $1 million or whatever it is. So it's not them coming forward, because now you're the member from this city, and you get one other elected officials from each and every other city. So there's no library basically anymore. It's all the elected officials running the library board.
Okay.
So
yeah, but
then
we don't have this signed yet. So I'm just telling you what the sense was in the meeting on Monday.
Okay, so we take out the word immediately, but I want to tell you, once you make that change, you're going to be in control of the money. Yeah. So those 5 people, because they're the only voting board members at that point.
Let's try to make sure all the cities are on the same page as that goes, as far as...
yeah, and that's why we're doing this first. We're going to get it.
Okay.
We're going to get this how we as a group feel that it should be, and then it will go to the other cities, and they'll go through the same process. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
As part of your consideration on how fast the money is drawn down or used for the library, I've been telling the library folks for years, this is subject to FEMA regulation, so the amount you can spend in any 12-month period is going to be based on the assessed value of the library, and it will be limited to that 50% value. So,
does the library have the same, can I look up that 50% at the appraiser's office, the same as I can of residents, or do I need to?
it should be there. In some public so for some public properties, they just don't have information at all. But as I recall, I looked it up several times and did have a number. They had assured me it didn't apply to them, but I've been assuring them it does.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
Good point.
But we can't, you know, we may not, the library board may not be able to do the bathrooms and do the roof and do an AC all in a year.
Oh, that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you. So, sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you. And it was a good meeting, and we got some good people on it.
Good.
Just a follow-up, realistically, Tom, is this something that we'd be addressing here in March then?
I'm hoping that it would be before then. I'm hoping to get the responses from the other attorneys, because if I'm only on my draft from you, I'm only just going to make one small change. It's just incorporating theirs if they have any. So I'd like to get it done much sooner than that.
Okay.
But it's all dependent upon those attorneys. But it may get to the point where I get no response, and it may be that, you know, that you're going to need to get involved to get a response from the others. So.
I can do that.
Okay.
So those changes that I had emailed you then, they're incorporated or will be, or is there any of that you didn't feel like we should incorporate?
I need to incorporate the Pinellas County Public Library in the dissolution paragraph. I need to delete the word immediately in section 5, paragraph 4. The other 2 things we are addressing by way of it becomes effective when it's signed, so that solves problem number 1, or that you had a question on, and as for the termination, that is already covered in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment here? Any public comment? Okay. Next item. Prohibiting sales, I don't think we can prohibit sales, but prohibiting rentals of electric bikes and scooters. I put this on here, Ms. Portell, before you start. I put this on here because I noticed almost immediately these small electric scooters all over town, and just about ran over one because they came out of Johns Pass Village trying to turn into the bicycle lane. And I was coming down the bridge, and the child, because he wasn't driving age, he was probably 12, swung out, was going fast, swung out into my lane and right in front of me, and I thought I had him, but luckily there was nobody in the other lane, and I swerved over and missed him. But then last week, and this was after I had actually asked to have this on tonight's agenda, we had a young lady run over and killed right up here on Gulf Boulevard. So that's why I have this on here, because I feel like they're a danger. Ms. Portell, please.
Thank you. Actually, this is part of additional or broader research we're doing for the comprehensive planning process, and the person I've been assigned to this to is Andrew Morris, and this is his first opportunity to present some of his work, so I asked him to come and make the presentation. And I'm pleased to introduce Andrew. Andrew is our GIS tech and planner. He knows a lot about transportation, so he can go on and on and on, so. He said he'd keep it brief.
Short meeting, so take your time.
Okay. You guys have copies of the presentation? Sorry about made a PowerPoint, but the screen's not working. So basically, what I did was I did a little research to see what we can and cannot do related to regulating motorized scooters and motorized bikes, because in 2019, Governor DeSantis signed into law legalizing them statewide, but the municipalities are allowed to regulate them in certain ways. So first I wanted, the first slide is about effects of collisions from speeding. And it's a visual that Ford Pinellas made for their Safe Streets Pinellas, and it shows how the higher the speed of the car, the more likely the pedestrian is going to die. So at 20 miles per hour, it's a 10% death risk, while at 40, it's a 90%. And then your field of vision gets smaller the higher the speed is. Elderly people are more likely to die if they get hit by a car, even at lower speed. And lower speed limits give drivers more time to react to if a pedestrian walks out into the crosswalk, on Gulf Boulevard, for example. And it helps reduce the risk of, if you get hit by, once again, at 20 miles per hour, you're most likely going to live with some injuries versus 40 where you'll most likely die. So I looked up the state statutes related to motorized scooters, and I gave definitions about micro-mobility devices, which can include electric scooters and electric motorized bicycles. By state statute, they do have the same rights as a rider of a bicycle. Local governments can regulate them, but and restrict them from certain areas. Like if, for example, in St. Petersburg, they banned them from sidewalks and certain areas of the waterfront. The state, since it's legal, in state statute, you can't ban it completely in Madeira Beach. Same thing with electric bicycles. State gave definition of what electric bicycle is, same rights as a regular non-electric bicycle. We're allowed to regulate them, but we're not allowed to outright ban them. St. Petersburg recently passed an ordinance that deals with licensing and regulating micromobility. And, like, micromobility, providers, so that those are like companies that you, like Lime Scooter, where, like, there's a phone app and it unlocks the scooter. But the thing is, what St. Petersburg did is they require these companies to be licensed with the city, and they also have to have a certain level of insurance, as in their code states. And the other thing is they do have restrictions, like they can't go on the sidewalk, you have to be over the age of 16 to ride one. And they're restricted to roads less than 30 miles per hour. So that's, and then parking wise, you can't park them on the sidewalk, because that's a big issue, because you don't want people to just dump them wherever, because then it becomes a hazard for pedestrians and elderly people and stuff, and that's not good. So what they did was they developed certain like parking corrals for them to be put, so they don't become a hazard for anyone. So they did create a set of penalties for if a company illegally tries to operate, or if a company doesn't follow the rules St. Petersburg set. So what they did was they did the regulations to try to make it as safe as possible for their community, but as the state statute, they can't outright ban it. So do you guys have any questions? Or, because we've been continuing to do research about this. I talked with someone at Forward Pinellas that deals with active transportation, so she kind of told me a bit where to look at, like, state statute-wise. And then I started looking at what local municipalities in Pinellas County have passed related to it.
I've got a number of questions. From what I gathered that you said, these are not allowed on Gulf Boulevard.
In St. Petersburg.
That's their.
Well, you said the speed limit. What was it that you said?
That was what St. Petersburg passed within their city limits.
Okay, so we could do that, and limit them and keep them off Gulf Boulevard. Now, if we did that, does that include bicycles, or is that just these electric scooters, or?
From what I could tell, it looks like you could, at least with the way St. Petersburg, like, ordinance read, it looks like they just did it for the motorized bikes and scooters.
That are rentals, right? Because it says right here, motorized bicycles and motorized scooters owned for personal use are not impacted by the regulations.
Those regulations were specifically for, like, if you were a licensed like micromobility provider. So, but next time I'll do a printout of the ordinance. It wasn't that long, but it does get a little confusing. So what they had to do was they have rules for all types, all privately owned, and then also for like a micromobility provider. So they have the same set of, like, safety regulations for them, but they have additional regulations for, like, the micromobility provider, which is what?
Rentals.
We have rentals,
right.
Correct, yeah.
Because I don't think I would want to ban all electric bikes from our town. Too many people own them.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the problem isn't the residents, it's the rentals.
Yeah.
And apparently, I mean, are they coming and getting light business licenses to rent these out?
They have not.
They're just popping up all over the place.
Right, and I've just asked code enforcement to go out and bring back all the addresses, to bring back all the addresses so that we can check for business licensing, the parking requirements, because if they have a fleet of those, they're taking up parking was their mandatory parking for their use at times. So some may have room for that, but some others don't. And no, they've not been coming by and getting business license.
The scooters are outside the reef, they're outside the supermarket on Gulf Boulevard.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen. I don't know if there's any other clusters of them, but I'm assuming that they're renting them from, unless there's 15 people in that little supermarket.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
on the bottoms of them, there are phone numbers. I mean, they're obviously rentals. And that seems to be the problem, in that you'll see, you know, a swarm of them going down the street, and you know, it's crazy, and I hate to be an old fuddy-dud, but I don't like seeing people get run over either. And
No, man, those electronic scooters, I'll tell you what, I saw somebody, I mean, you obviously don't have have to have a license to do them, but, I mean, they go back and forth. I saw somebody literally fall off into a bush right off a...
Yeah.
They shouldn't be on the sidewalks. Actually, that was pretty funny. But but they're crazy dangerous. You know, the people don't want them in the bike. We got a really big biking community, like people that actually ride their bikes. And they don't want these people in the bike lanes or anything like that. I mean, come on, that's or we do it the Jersey way, and we just tax them, or we just put a usage fee. You know, for these guys that are coming for licenses, that is just outrageous, or just ban them on Gulf Boulevard. I mean, if people want to do it in their neighborhoods, I don't know, I'm really going to get all hyped up about that, but they got to get off Gulf Boulevard, because there's enough minutia going on Gulf Boulevard where people can get hit by cars.
Those little cars on Gulf Boulevard scare the heck out of me.
You're
They're like Barbie cars.
Right.
You know? At least they have flags. But
Yeah.
still, I'm like, oh my God.
So I'd like to see us go after licensing, but I would like to see us pursue getting it to where we don't have these things on Gulf Boulevard. And that's just my...
we require them to have the insurance. I think that's going to be a biggie, because the people renting them, I don't know, may or may not be covered.
Well, and there, I mean, I would think you have to be a certain age. I mean, this young man that came out in front of me, I mean, he wasn't a young man, he was a boy. He was a child.
And because they're treated in statute as a regular bicycle, they haven't been requiring, but you can see from the presentation that St. Petersburg thought that was one way, was to make sure that they're all 16.
Yeah.
This has been a problem for cities all over the country. Not only the safety issue on the streets, but because you could rent one in one of the Reddingtons and drive it around and just dump it here. And, you know, at the end of the day, the city's left sorting out all the things and impounding them and waiting for somebody to come pick them up or notify the owner that they're going to be fined. So that's a problem. And also, the people will just leave them across the sidewalk, and as Andrew said, it creates an impediment for anybody. You don't want people walking out into the street to get around, off the sidewalk to get around left there. So a lot of cities have been trying to deal with that the last few years, and they have a really strong lobby up in the state, because they ended up getting all kinds of protections and limitations on how they could be regulated. But we can go through, and he's written down all the points that you've made and bring something back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, one other thing that we learned about today at the Big C meeting is apparently these motorized scooters and bicycles are now showing up on their beaches. So, you know, I know they were looking at the definitions part of it, and it wasn't this section that they were looking at, but apparently there were some changes, and basically where a bicycle can go, the motorized bike was allowed to go. And so that might be something we might want to look at in the future. I haven't seen a lot of bicycle riding on our beach here, but obviously if our beach gets packed during the season and we start having these motorized bicycles coming through the beach, so that's something in the future too we might want to look at, is a prohibition on bike riding on the beach until they can get this straightened out through the legislature on their definition problem.
Well, and if we talk about an ordinance to keep them off Gulf Boulevard, maybe we can talk to the Big C about getting that done in a number of beach communities, and it pushes them out farther away, and maybe we can, at least in the beach communities where we've got such high traffic, particularly during season, we can save some lives potentially.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next is seawall assessment. Mr. Ahern's, finally, huh?
All right. Try not to spend too much time on this one. So good night, I guess, at this point. So I figured this project would be a good one to start and kind of highlight the importance of asset management to a city. The major factors for asset management as it relates to infrastructure are having an up-to-date inventory. Those need to be kept updated regularly. A condition assessment, that's important because routine maintenance will save money over time. Small repairs are more economical than waiting for a asset to fail and then having to replace it entirely. Planning and coordinating planning with other departments in regards to budgeting and other planning elements for the comp plan. It's impossible to have a effective plan without knowing exactly what we have and what condition it's in. And a life cycle cost. I feel like those are four important things to mention because I feel like this project hits all of those. And so this was requested proposal from Cardinal. Cardinal was a selected consultant from the RFQ 2003 for professional services that was signed in June of 2020. The study will inventory all of the video and seawalls. It will locate them and update that information in GIS at 50-foot increments. With all the data that they compile, they'll create a prioritization plan, and that will help the city develop future budgets for annual operation expectations and potential CIP projects for larger repairs. The report will also provide a baseline for future inspections and help track deterioration to better project future repair strategies and also life expectancy. Another valuable thing that this project will provide is an objective third-party assessment, and it will have quantifiable data that identifies our priorities and the needs. That's helpful if we have a project that's, we can go after grant funding. Just having a third party kind of as additional backup and proof, and it's not just us kind of, not that we would, but us inflating the numbers to try and get additional help. So the total scope of service is $30,315. We're asking for a little bit of additional contingency just for other items that may pop up. So overall approval of $33,000 for the assessment. It'll be coming out of a approved stormwater fund that was part of the CIP project schedule. So, any questions?
$6 a foot, it's a deal. I say put that on the consent agenda.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I walked out to my seawall, looked at it, knew when the last one was put in, saw it was leaning out, said, well, I better get another seawall. I just, there's a lot of seawall folks that would come and assess them for us for no charge. I'm struggling with $30,000 for a company to come tell us whether or not we need a seawall.
They get down there with a diver, and they take measurements and come up with a report and the grade, and at least the one I paid for at my house, when I bought it, we had the seawall inspected, and a lot more than $6 a foot, but I got a report, and he gave me an idea how long it would last, and, you know, if the angle was within reason, and also, I mean, it was worth it. And, I don't know, I think this is a pretty good deal.
Do you? Okay.
I think if I may just add, if we had a catastrophic event and we lost, 100 feet of seawall or 1,000 feet of seawall, if it was around Rock Park, if we had it documented already what the condition of that seawall was in and verifiable, that would probably help us with FEMA, but, we don't know for sure because they changed the rules so much, but I think that's, other communities have done it and have found it to be useful for that aspect of it as well.
I don't know if FEMA would cover seawalls. Maybe not, but that's, all of this is new seawall, to my knowledge. I could be wrong, but y'all are the experts.
Jamie, I need to ask you a question, just out of curiosity. On page 57, there's a list of different areas in the city that's going to need a seawall location. Wasn't something done already to the rec center, the city rec center? Some of the wall there?
Page 66.
66, okay.
57?
I got 66 in my packet.
Oh, okay.
It's the list.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
It's the list of wall locations?
Yeah, it's a city recreation complex. I thought something was done on that.
Oh, you mean the 1,800 and?
Yeah, 1,852, yeah.
Yeah,
Was that
number 66 in my packet.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm just curious, wasn't there something done to the rec center down there? To the seawall down there?
It may have been worked on during the design for Rex Place, the road. Other than that, I don't know, maybe, are you aware of any?
No? Okay, I'm just mistaken. I thought maybe there was, okay.
And that kind of highlights another, just having an up-to-date inventory and being able to have documentation of things that have happened. This will just help build a centralized place for all that information.
Okay. And also the seawall on Island Drive, north and south, that's listed on the bottom.
Yeah, those are relatively new seawalls. Yeah.
Okay. Just
Well,
curious.
do we have any guarantees with those
I don't know.
relatively new seawalls or any kind of, I don't know what the life of a seawall is. I got a neighbor that's got the original seawall from 1940 something, and it's still hanging in there, so
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah, it's a long time, and do we really need to do these newer seawalls?
We could remove some that we know have been replaced in the last 15 years or so, if we like. I had them remove a couple of them because I knew that they were just recently replaced, so.
Yeah, you don't have flamingo on here, that's a good thing. So, just my thoughts on do we really need to include the ones that are relatively new? Or do we want to do them all?
Take out the city recreation complex, because we know this is new. This is younger than 15 years.
That's what I thought,
And that's a big chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you think Island Drive is relatively new, that could take out another almost 500, and then.
Which one is that?
Somebody said Island Drive north.
Oh, I said.
North side, south side?
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
I mean, that could reduce our quote, hopefully.
Johns Pass Park, South Beach, you got rocks along the seawall, it's not going anywhere.
It's also inspecting the cap as well. There are some areas of the cap that could be looked at.
Okay.
So just so I'm kind of clear, do we have a cutoff of the year that we're comfortable with, saying, if it was rehab by 2012, 2015? Just so I can kind of go back to the consultant and say, remove these? Or,
If we have, do we have that information on how?
I haven't been able to find it, so that's.
Yeah, I didn't think
that's
we
what
did.
No.
Because I think we had this discussion before.
Yeah.
Why don't we just decide to take out Park 4 and the bottom 2 and see what the quote is? That takes 2,300 feet off of it. So the quote would go down to under 20, I would think, maybe, or around there, I don't know.
How about, Jamie, can you take a look at the, city marina? See, do a visual on them? If they look relatively new, do we need to keep them?
I know that there are some areas that I recommend still looking at the marina. So I don't know if it's worth going through and removing 50, 100-foot sections if they're already on site.
Well, I'm just asking, your office is right beside it. Can you walk out and take a look and say, hey?
I don't think you can take a look at a seawall and decide.
Well, you
if
can a cap and whatnot. You can tell whether it's leaning or not. Okay. Never mind.
I just think it's more in-depth than that.
Well, all I'm saying is you can determine whether it's old or relatively new. If it's a vinyl wrap, it's a relatively new seawall. If it's an old concrete wall, it's an old wall.
Yep, you can do that. And that, maybe that's what we use to divide what we want inspected and not, if it's vinyl or if it's not. I mean, we gotta give some sort of direction here. I will tell you, my next door neighbor put a vinyl seawall in front of his other one, and there's a reaction going on with, I guess, some aluminum or something that was behind that was part of his first seawall, and it's crumbling, so vinyl isn't, the end-all be-all.
Okay.
Hey, Jamie, if this is just something you can just take a look at just to make sure.
Well,
It seems that they were done recently, it seemed like. That's what I was just curious about.
I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear
The
you.
ones on Island Drive?
Island Drive?
Yes.
Okay, I've got that down to remove, Rock Park,
Okay.
Park 4, and Island Drive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll make a drive and see where we might have some vinyl seawalls. Because that's the telltale. If they're old, they're concrete. If they're newer, they're vinyl.
I don't think any of them on Boca Ciega Avenue are vinyl.
Okay, then they're
I can
old
tell you
seawalls.
that.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's got us.
Any public?
Do you know what you're doing? Because I don't.
Yeah, I have it.
What is it?
Removing Park 4 and then Island Drive, and then requesting a revised price.
Yeah, and I'll
And drive around and see which
I'll
one
ride
of
around,
these
see
things
if
are
we've
vinyl
got
and take them off.
some other vinyl seawalls
Yeah, okay.
in my spare time.
I think we
could
can
get
probably
Jamie's-
do that.
Someone in Jamie's
I'm sorry.
department to do that, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just take off any of them, any additional ones that we see are vinyl.
If they're vinyl, I don't think
I would agree with that, then they're relatively new.
that's a pretty easy way to tell.
Yeah. Because we don't have the dates.
Yeah.
Not that we couldn't afford the 17 cents an hour, but, I think we can get that done.
Hey, but tonight I got a sandwich, so I'm happy. Dave, I want you to know this is a very unusual meeting.
Yes, it is, it is.
Okay.
We knew.
But we had a lot of items, and it's like, let's plug on through and get it all out of the way. Okay, I think we're,
Parking garage.
I think we're good on that, Jamie. Unless anybody else has anything else to beat about the head and shoulders. Next is the parking garage. Jamie, continue on, please, sir.
Okay, again, I don't really want to get too hung up in this one. This is kind of, just kind of want to bring to everybody's attention. I started thinking about this when I was discussing potential options for Johns Pass Park to improve that area with a more attractive destination instead of just a parking lot. Try and reorient that site so that it has more of a draw, has more of an actual park feel while still keeping parking spots there. With that, you know, as we started discussing it, I remember the city's wishes to eventually look into parking garages. So kind of put that one on the back burner for now, and then got in touch with a contractor that specializes in parking structures. So the intent of this is just to kind of show all the different aspects to consider, all the additional information that, you know, we might really need before, you know, fully committing to a parking structure. You know, we would need to identify some prime locations, consider partnership potentials. Really would recommend getting a return on investment, just due to all the different variables that are involved with it. So the numbers that I presented to you are just a very basic baseline, only parking structure, no bells and whistles, no additional event spaces, no vendor spots or any other services down there. And just to kind of get everybody, you know, comfortable with the scale of price that we're looking at, you know, $5 million just for the structure itself, not including any purchase of land that might be required depending on the location. Add the design cost, you add in another, you know, $900 million. And then if you start adding in different event space potential, different vendors, different solar options, green space requirements, you know, this could easily get to the $8-10 million range. So just kind of wanted to get it out there and let everybody know, you know, all the considerations that need to go into it. And, you know, I think my recommendation would be we'd get, you know, a more detailed analysis before really committing to going straight to design. Other factors that could play into it, as we discussed earlier with the electric scooters, you know, the increase in alternative transportations, how much will that impact parking need? What our utilization actually is now? I know this year's probably a bad time to really look at that with COVID and all the travel restrictions. So, you know, there's just a lot of different avenues and a lot of things that can affect the success or failure of a parking structure. So, you know, I guess if you guys have any questions after looking at the numbers or anything that, you know, that struck your interest.
First, and I know we're talking about Johns Pass Village, and it fills up in a hurry down there, but I don't know if everybody remembers when they started building the parking garage at Johns Pass Village, and they built that concrete wall that blocked everybody's view of the pass. So personally, I'm against seeing a parking lot, high parking lot garage built at South Beach. I know there's been someone that was interested in building a parking garage there and putting a restaurant on top of it, but we had too many views blocked, and I'd hate to see at least when you're stuck there waiting for the bridge, you can look out at the Gulf. I would rather see us, if we do a parking garage, do it at that parking lot right across from the main entrance to Johns Pass Village, where there are condos there on the Gulf, so you're not blocking a view to anything. It's already blocked. That's just my thought on that, and I think probably if we're going to do that, maybe we want to look at a joint public-private venture so that we've got somebody else putting up the money for that and we're putting up the land for it. That's just my thoughts on it.
So you're saying put it closer to the base of the bridge as opposed to...
I'm saying put it
Where
a
the
block
bathrooms are?
north of the bridge, 130th, at that, public lot there that's right across.
Got it.
Bamboo.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
okay.
because eventually we may even end up with a traffic light long-term at that intersection, the way traffic
Well, a
gets.
restaurant's not gonna wanna put any money on if there's no view. The whole reason why somebody would wanna put a restaurant
Oh,
on
then it's right
top
there
is
at
if
Johns Pass
people-
Village, or maybe it's a hotel, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Get a parking garage incorporated into it to where the city is getting revenue without putting up money, because $18,000 a parking spot, parking garages are really expensive to build.
yeah.
So that's just my thought, and y'all may disagree about a parking garage at the South Beach a lot, but I would hate to see us lose that view.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think Johns Pass Park is a non-starter. I think you even start suggesting that people will lose their minds around here. So I have always, the lot you're talking about, I've had conversations with a lot of people about that, Al Carrier and a bunch of people. That 130th lot is perfect. It doesn't block anybody's view. You'll have dual access to it, because you'll have it for beach parking and you'll have it for Johns Pass parking.
Yep.
There's a crosswalk right there that goes right into the pass, and also the condo. People don't underestimate condo overflow parking. All these people bring two cars,
Yeah.
and they only have. So I think it's a home run. The other part of it is, you know, I've heard of a lot of people. The negative comments I've heard back is, well, it'll just be an overflow lot. Everybody coming from the north, that's going to be the first parking lot that they see before they even get into the village. I think that parking lot would do tremendously well. And there's a lot of things, you know, like I say, public-private, you could do that. You could do something where we build it and put an event center on top of it where it could oversee all of those, because it'll be higher. If it's 5 stories, it could be higher than the other things involved there. So, yeah, I'm 100% for that, and I think we should really do a study, or I hate using that word, sorry. We really take a look at something like that, because again, money well spent, it's going to generate revenue, even if it costs us, even if we have somebody split the cost with us or what have you, we throw some money into it, generating revenue, long-term revenue, and having an asset, no-brainer.
Is that something the commission would like to push forward with?
I think so. Now that
Good.
we've moved it on
Good.
Jamie, you can start over again.
Thank you, Jamie.
So, not to kind of derail, but just kind of spin off, is everyone in agreement that that parking structure at Johns Pass Park is not an ideal location for the city right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about at South Beach. It's off the table as far as I'm concerned.
All right, because I've got some ideas I'm pretty excited about for that location that don't involve a parking structure, but will still have parking involved, but I think could really improve that area.
Yeah, it needs it.
It's, in general, our parks are atrocious. We need some cleanup all over the city and some TLC. You know, I've been down with the trash pirates picking up trash down at that parking lot in that area in general. It just hadn't been maintained for years, and that's not the only one. The Causeway Park, even around here, bushes are unkept, flower beds aren't kept up. So that's a story for another day, but we need to get on the ball on all that stuff.
Okay, so move forward at researching parking structures. The timing might be a little difficult, again, because part of that analysis is heavily dependent on their utilization. So I don't know when a good time we could get an accurate utilization number with the restrictions we're in now. I can, see if they're able to try and extrapolate anything from historic, like, annual revenues that we've had, but it doesn't necessarily capture the people cycling looking for spots. So, it might have to be pushed to next year for the study to begin.
Well, I don't know that we need to study it so much as look into building it. If you build it, they will come. I mean,
Yeah,
we've got people
costs
hunting for
don't
parking
definitely.
spots, so honestly, I'm tired of spending a whole bunch of money on studying stuff and putting it off and putting it off. Eventually, you've got to take some action on things. Parking we need, we know that's a good revenue generator, so I'm all for, not doing a study to see.
Yeah, I mean, and the other part, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Jerry Murphy has been doing that plan for us, and it still rings in my mind. The very first time he sat with us, he showed us different cities in Florida, and he took Delray Beach as an example, and he showed us that of their 10 projects, major spending projects that they've done, 8 of them were parking garages, and they're all, you know, some of them are 10 or 12. They're all have a return on investment. I mean, it's a no-brainer for a beach town to do that. And John, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, you're 1,000% correct. The amount of people that leave John's Pass mad because they can't find a parking spot because they're circling around the lots. You can see it every Saturday you walk through there. You can see just people like waiting, and people walk to the car and then they're giving them the finger because they just are putting their coat away or something, right? And so it's just great idea.
I think a parking lot or parking garage would actually beautify that corner. I mean, that thing is just old asphalt with faded lines on it, you know?
Honestly, I know people will object. Darned if I can see how they would object to one there,
Yeah,
but who knows?
okay.
All right, well, that will be added to the budget, for the coming fiscal years, because it's not currently in, it's just put as a proposed project for 6. I think we put it at like 5 years out just as a placeholder to put on the book, so we'll adjust it. And
I'm all for starting to look for a public-private partnership to build that and have something on the top of it and get it moving.
We could always ask for, proposals and just see what we get in and then make a decision. It doesn't mean that you have to go a particular route or not, but there's a lot of innovative people out there that can come up with some ideas. And, like you said, we're putting up the property, what can we do? And I agree with the vice mayor, though, an event area at the top, and I know we've had this discussion before, would really be a premium for our residents, to do something of that sort, or, even having their own meetings there for whatever, a condo association, they want to rent it out. But I think it could be made to be something that's very useful and part of our recreation part, and also in using it for weddings and so forth, so.
Yeah, potentially that could be a part of a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, that's...
Another one down.
Another one
We're on the last one because...
No,
What
two
did I
more.
miss?
Two more.
You were pulling.
Oh, we're pulling Q?
Yeah,
All right, then I'll hold it.
and O moved.
I'm probably going.
What, I'm missing something because I've stacked all my stuff up here.
Well, the transient we did already.
Yeah.
Ditto. So that's just 4th of July.
T, and this should go relatively painless.
Well, to add to the previous topic, if we can get that done by Seafood Fest next year, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
So just a quick update on the 4th of July fireworks, and then a couple comments about special events going on right now. 4th of July fireworks, we did get in touch with the company that did the fireworks. We had a quote from them from last year, and then they provided pretty much every year up until 17 They were excited to be in touch with us again. I received, 2 quotes, one for 20,000 and one for 30. The 20,000 would be a barge location, the 30,000 is a school location. Again, my plan is through sponsorships, we have enough money to do the 30,000 on a barge, which would get us a larger show and the barge all paid for. We've got 2 leads. There was a barge company that we were working with last year, and there's a second one that used to work with the city, so we've been in touch with them as well. So we're trying to work those details out. Nothing final as far as a barge goes, but it's progress considering it's January and not July 2nd.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are excited about it. That said, we do have, I'm not sure if everybody has seen the, I guess the COVID event restrictions that came down. I hate to say restrictions, but requirements. They landed on us on Thursday, and we were still able to get the arts weekend in safely and without more of a fight than it could have been. That said, we do want to make sure that we are adhering 100% with the county. We have no interest in upsetting them or going against the grain on any of this stuff, as well as, obviously public safety is number one. So looking ahead, a lot of the feedback we've gotten from Seminole, Clearwater, some of the other cities in the area that are doing events, is that they are essentially, any large-scale event is on hold until after April 1st, and some even May 1st. So we were going to get some feedback from you all as to what you think with that. The county does, if we're asking for an event larger than 1,000 people, they are asking if they have a COVID plan in hand from the event. That's something that we've required since June of last year, and that's kind of the special events feel throughout the county anyway. But once it gets to us, then the expectation is that they'll approve it as well. So, we can keep sending them stuff and keep trying to do large events and all that stuff, or we can, sit it out for a little bit and just continue to plan for, when this is subsiding a little bit more. I will say this, a lot of people were very happy with the event that we had this weekend, businesses, vendors, residents, the attendees. But from a health and safety especially, it was perfect. It was not perfect, but it went as perfect as it could go, as well as it could. Minimal. I think there was one incident, and the guy, it wasn't, gentleman fell, and he was more embarrassed than he was hurt. That was, if we could have every event ever like that, we'd be in great shape. But I think with the way things are going, the promise with the vaccinations and everything, as well as, getting the numbers in the right direction, I think we've kind of got the responsibility to join the fight and fall in line kind of with that. So I'm just going to kind of get y'all's feedback and see what you think.
Did we have to get county approval on the event from this weekend?
We didn't necessarily have to, but we were in discussion with them. There was open dialogue.
And they approved it? What your plan was?
With some caveats. We pulled back on, there wasn't the huge stage that we usually have. We didn't pull an alcohol permit for it. You still probably saw some of that out there, but it wasn't as gung-ho as it would have been. And there was a lot of special, the Bloody Mary toast that they usually have and other organized gatherings, the pirate invasion that they were going to add to it. That stuff didn't take place. So it was more, it was really an outdoor market, which is something that they're okay with, but to the level that was, they're not necessarily keen on moving forward for the next couple months.
Well, if they gave it to you, what do we think will be impacted coming up? For large-scale events between now and, May 1 or?
Rotary Carnival, the King of the Beach. Yeah, King of the Beach would be end of April and May. And that's going to be on them to decide if they're going to push forward. As far as events where we would be co-sponsoring, the Grunt Hunt is one of those. It's normally a smaller event. It just, again, it's one of those question marks. Do we continue to do it? The Rotary Carnival that we typically have, and that's one of those. It's live music and alcohol, which were two of the caveats that the county specifically said, we're not keen on that right now. So
Okay, so, I mean, and I know a little of what I speak here, but I think everybody's got to realize a couple of things. Yes, we could push forward and we could test the waters, and there's nobody that's more of a fan of events than, I mean, we're all equal, but I'm just saying nobody's more of a fan of events than I am. But pulling back is the wise thing to do here, and I'll tell you why. Because every action has a reaction, okay? The county, as we move forward with some of these events, we get funding from the county. We also, we take our cue for health and safety from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. And if we start pushing the issue with these guys, well, I mean, that's, you know, we're basically looking at the people that'd be like telling Tom, well, yeah, your opinion's pretty good, but we have better legal opinions than you do. So my personal opinion is maybe we hold off on the Rotary Carnival. I don't want to do it, but I don't really see early March or mid-March as the sky opening up and we're all set and ready to go. And I think we draw more attention to us, especially with little kids running around. I don't like that idea. I think maybe we shoot for King of the Beach and, you know, we'll get with them, of course, and obviously if they want to push forward, maybe that's what we target for, because that would seem to be about the time when hopefully things start loosening up a little bit and we start going in that direction. And we play it by ear, but I think even trying to facilitate the carnival at this point, to me, is a huge risk, and, you know, we're dumping money into advertising and things along the line of that. I mean, I don't know what discussions anybody's had. That's just my kind of viewpoint from a 10,000-foot view on this. I think we just kind of hold tight here and let the county kind of dictate a little bit, because we need them. I mean, there's no ands if or buts about it. We need their approval, and we need our sheriff, so.
Yeah. Is there even 1,000 people that are gathered at one time at the grunt hunt?
Yeah, I mean,
I campaigned there last year, and everybody fit in the front of the marina parking garage, and there's plenty of space.
That doesn't qualify as a large-scale event.
Well, we're just, it's taking a view at these things, especially like this weekend. We pulled back on
we knew
advertising.
this was a huge weekend.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a big weekend for us, but.
Yeah, pulled back on the advertising, pulled back on what the event entailed, and we saw probably one of the higher attended events. And that's because it was something to do outside, and the weather was phenomenal.
It was a great event.
It was finally an awesome weekend for the.
I think that pulling the food trucks and all out, I think ended up being a positive.
Yeah, we've got a lot of notes to make that better.
Yeah, because the restaurants were packed.
Yeah.
And
it was fun for, yeah.
Well, we can discuss, you know, I'll get with the city manager and Brian.
Is something that we had already looked at, and maybe just pushing it back to May. I mean, it's easy for us to do, and that way there isn't a problem to, you know, there was some reason why we were talking about moving it, but,
I thought there was 1,000 person.
Yeah, well, that's the county.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, just for us personally.
Before
okay.
we knew about the restrictions that the county was gonna put on us. Just again, it's the optics of what we're doing.
Plus alcohol requirement.
Yeah.
We have alcohol, we're pulling sheriffs, and it's just another.
Yeah.
I think I have to agree with Vice Mayor Andrews that we just kind of have to either push it back or pull the plug this year.
Okay. Well, I'll take a look. Again, we've had conversations with all the other recreation events directors, so I'll kind of get a consensus on what that exact date is, and I can bring it back to you guys the next meeting just to say, hey, this is the safe area that we're looking at, and continue to take guidance from the county. So.
I know Rotary last year, they cut it out last year. They stopped it at the last minute.
2 days before the event, yeah.
Yeah, and then to do it again this year too.
Yeah, but at least if we have some notice, they're not having to jump through all the hoops to get it ready and then have it canceled on them.
I think there's a date in November that we were talking about, possibly, sorry. I think there was a date in November that we were looking at as a substitute date to recommend to them.
Bob, turn your microphone on.
I think it's on now. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, congrats on a good, weekend out there at the pass.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And just, you know, I know we all hate events, because I think we all love them, but, you know, just a reminder, 22 is our 75th anniversary. So we are, you know, I know we got a budget process to go through and everything else, but one of the things that, you know, I taxed Jay with and the rest of the staff is to look at what events we want to do, because we talked about doing some type of an event each month, and, you know, with maybe doing a Founder's Day or in May, which is when we actually were chartered and had the first meeting. But so we'll be, you know, bringing that forward to you, not only just through the budget process, but just to let you know what we're coming up with and different ideas. But I think the art show is really something that we could incorporate, because that could happen in the village, it could happen at Rock Park. I think there's a lot of positives to that type of an event. Just before we go, I wanted to update you. We do have a part-time. Was there something else? No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just the last item we did pull from the agenda. There was some confusion in putting the packets together, and you got something you weren't supposed to and didn't get something you were supposed to. So I'm going to bring that back. Plus, I've got a discussion with Mr. Trask about that as well. So I'll bring that to the next meeting, ideally, as long as I hit the deadline for that. So.
Thank you, Jay. The HR director's position, part-time, I did make an offer to a gentleman that's got buku experience up in Pennsylvania and here locally. He's retired from Pennsylvania, fits kind of the bill what everybody was hoping that we could find. So Sean Lilly, and he will be starting on the 8th, tentatively, and I told him we were going to have to see how we fulfill the need. He recommended having one full 8-hour day that, you know, he doesn't have to take a project he's working on and set it aside, and that's going to be Mondays. Then he'd work 4 hours Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I'll be off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I said, well, we wanted to try to get 5 days a week, but I understand. So we'll start with this. And, you know, and he's on board. You know, he knows he's got to be flexible. Plus, if something happens and somebody needs to call him, they can call him. So, you know, whether he's here or not, he's definitely excited about the opportunity, and so we'll see how well that works. So I think we have a meeting on the 10th, so I'm going to see if he's going to be available to be here on the 10th, so you can at least meet him. I can introduce him at the beginning of the meeting instead of having him stay the whole meeting, but this way you get an idea. So, I mean, you get an opportunity to meet him, but it comes from an idea that you all had as a way that we could fill that position, and so I'm kind of excited about it, and especially with his expertise. So, and then I think that's it.
Okay, great. One last thing real quick, Clara, can we, on our agendas, items that involve these directors, so they're not sitting here all night, can we start putting those at the first of the meetings? And I'd like to do that so these guys aren't having to sit around for hours and hours and just,
Absolutely.
you know.
I've done that in the past, and then someone would say, well, I thought that was first, or,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
we put them in that sequence, but it's up to you all. And even when we do that new BOC policy that we have to do within 90 days of March the 9th,
you know,
we can add some extra policies in
Yeah,
there.
I'd like to start doing that so that we show these guys some consideration. They put in a hard day all day long, and then they got to stay here half the night with us. If we can do that, change it up a little bit.
And let's really try to get the entire packet to us on the deadline date.
Yeah.
Coming in and having 5 different documents, multi-page documents to read, to comment on tonight is not fun.
Well, I know.
I take my time with this stuff, and I don't wanna have to whiz through it. I mean, I knew what was expected from Doug, and he told us we're gonna get the documents on item A, you know,
I know
during the thing, but all this other stuff is like, oh my God.
I know the city manager, he keeps continuously, reminding staff to get in their items and everything, and so that goes on, and so, because we're trying our best to beat that deadline, and he'll let you know, he still stays on top of it and everything, so that we can try to get
It's still the Friday
published.
deadline before the Wednesday, right? That shouldn't be that.
Actually, the cutoff date is actually 4 weeks before the meeting, because we know ahead of time what we're gonna be putting on,
Yeah.
with the exception of the items that have to come here first. You know, obviously, these will show up on our meeting agenda for February, but we already know these items, we've already had them in the packets, so it's just a matter of changing the dates around on the memos, and then putting them back in the packets for you to actually vote on. So, one of the things, though, that, you know, unfortunately, our screen broke that's up here,
Oh,
so
is that what happened?
we have to get it repaired or replaced, and a lot of these proposals, like, you know, the one that Andrew had and one that Brian had, and, you know, were on PowerPoints for you all to see. So, I apologize for that. We just, you know,
Well, PowerPoints are hard for us to see.
right.
So that doesn't bother me, getting the packet, but
Eventually, we want to have the television monitors that you can easily see them, and then on the backside, the residents and the attendees can see them. So, so if it costs us too much to do that, we might be looking at the monitors sooner than we thought.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to space out the amount of money. We also were on 640 today.
yeah, I didn't get any, apparently, text,
Well,
nasty grams.
Megan actually was very diligent in pestering Spectrum and getting the items done. We had a lot of help from network people and everyone else, but she was the one that found the problem and got it taken care of. So.
Good news.
Okey-doke. That's it?
Yes, please.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 9:13.